Hello, flitterific listeners. I am joined today by Tiffany, who has narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder, the combination that I usually refer to as sovereignism, and can tell us a lot more about this as like a lived expert or something of that interesting combination of disorders. She has a lot of insight, and yeah, but is there anything else that you would like to tell the listeners about yourself that is not related to the diagnoses, that you can they get a bit of more of a full picture of who you are as a person?
Um, I'm Tiffany. I'm a transgender woman in her 30s. I'm a creative kind of person. I'm mechanically inclined. I fix everything in my house. I fix my car, fix my computer, whatever. Um, um, so like I'm always in like a problem solving mindset, which has ups and downs.
Want to tell me more about your companion animals?
Yeah, so currently I'm pretty sure she's who's scratching at the door. I have a long brown Norwegian forest cat. She's brown and white and black. She's what they call a Torby. I don't know what it's combining with. I think it's a tabby, a combination of tabby and tortie, tortoiseshell. And her name is Far-Vell because I found her behind some container ship shipping containers at the back of a meth den of a motel. And she wasn't quite an adult, but she wasn't quite a baby. And it was clear she knew what people were. And somebody had to have let her go. And Far-Vell means goodbye in Dutch. I just thought of that. I'm like, container shipping containers are often Dutch. And she'll never have to say goodbye again.
No.
I used to have very recently my cat named Dog passed. He was a fluffy and scruffy white Persian with heterochromia, the two different colored eyes, and he was my best friend.
Hmm.
Um, and he might have been what like literally or proverbially saved my soul. Um, he was the thing in my life I always cared about. Um, and I've been around animals since day one. When I was brought home from the hospital, I'm told our cat at the time, Baby, was underneath my crib like day one. So I've always been close to cats.
Yeah. You wanna like dive more into like what's influence Farvel and Dog and perhaps Baby have had on you and perhaps on your recovery journey as well?
Let's see. I don't know. So when I was, very young, 3, 4, 5. I like thought of Baby as my little sister. She was a Burman. She was white and brown. And my grandmother told me a story once that I was playing rough with her and she put her paw on my hand and she stuck her claws out, but like between my fingers, not into me. And I apparently said, Kitty's got needles in her hands. And but that's the best example I have of memory where she was being a role model to me. The cat was actually being a role model to me. Um, And like emotionally, definitely more so than either of my parents at the time.
Hmm.
Um, I got dog when I was 20, and for the first year, I was just so stressed from the hell my dad was putting me through. I didn't give him much attention. And it took that whole year for me to start kind of feeling bad about that and regretting it and becoming close with him and having allowed, quote unquote, allowed him to get close to my father first. And he was with me through thick and thin, weeks on end of rotting in bed, uh getting scared when I'd stomp around the house. Sometimes the house taken better care of, his litter box and food taken better care of, sometimes not. And through all of that, he maintained his personality, and his care for me. And and with his passing, it really helped because like I have no way of like doubting his judgment or his love of me. Like I didn't do well enough for him. Like I wish I had had a better life to give him a better life, but I'm mostly at peace with that. I'm incredibly sad about it, but I'm mostly accept it. And that gives some meaning, some implicit meaning to the last 15 years of my life, and then the preceding life up to then, because without that, I wouldn't have been that person for him. And it one moment sticks out to me. My dad owned my house, the house I lived in, but he didn't live there anymore. And he would just come by randomly without prompting, just walk in the freaking door. And he tried to greet Dog, and Dog just hissed at him immediately. And so Dog knew, like, he wasn't antisocial, but like if you came up to him and he just wasn't in the mood, he would like leave the situation. He wouldn't get aggressive or anything, but he was like immediately mad at my dad showing up. And little stuff like that sticks out in my memory that I did it right or did it good enough that it mattered to him. Um, Far-Vell is a totally new experience to me. She can be such a hooligan. Um, she's so Dog wasn't really a snuggly cat. He would love to like chill in the farthest corner of the room with everybody, but he would be all about it. He'd feel like that's his hangout time, but Far-Vell asks me to pick her up and she'll rub my rubber face right into mine over and over. She's an incredibly cuddly and affectionate cat. And having been accustomed to this cat with um not a distance of connection, but a distance of like closeness and a direct affection, it's like it's such a big difference. And I'm not used to taking care of such a needy cat, but at this point that's not that hard, and I love her. She's my little slinky of a kitty. She's really long. And I guess I'm happy I have her after Dog has passed. I've always had an easier connection with cats than other animals or people.
Yeah.
So there's somewhere where my heart is always being like put into, even if I'm angry at everything and everybody and myself at once.
Mm.
And that's really helping.
How old was Dog when you first met the two of you?
Um, just months.
Mm.
He was born from the litter he came from was because my drunk asshole uncle never got his cats spayed or neutered and would just let them have babies, and we got another one. That's how I got my three cats previous to Far-Vell. Doc
Mm.
was one of them. And apparently he was born like and he was covered in fleas. It was terrifying. It was terrible. And no, we got him very young, maybe even too young. He maybe needed to be around his mother a little longer.
Mm.
I still remember him being at the base of the steps a little too small to start climbing up them easily and crying all night.
Mm. Yeah, I see this sometimes that when like dogs grow up around cats or cats grow up around dogs, they like take on some behaviors of the respective other species. Did you notice that you've like taken on any of the behaviors of the cats that you grew up with?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's really hard to say. I've noticed it more the other way that dog could be avoidant in that way, but in this era of my emotional honesty, I'm a little more like Far-Vell, at least with somebody that I'm closer to and I want affection from. I can be pretty, I can get sad and full of self-pity and be very clingy. And want the wanting constant attention was never not there, but I used to try to deny it. And but in spite of Dog's personality being pretty different from mine, there was still ways in which he would communicate and enforce his boundaries that were like me. Like he would, like I said, he would leave a situation if he wasn't comfortable. But if he trusted you, he would like lightly bite you to tell you to stop doing something. Because unless he trusted you, it either wasn't worth his time or, he wasn't comfortable, you wouldn't retaliate or something. I don't know, right? But he would actually be more aggressive with somebody he was close with. Not very aggressive, but he wouldn't really be aggressive at all with somebody he wasn't close with, somebody he didn't trust. Um, and that aspect of him being like a bit asocial in that he liked it when people came to him. But if you did that, he would get close to you pretty quickly. He would appreciate it. Um,
Yeah, I suppose when people are not trusted and dog tries to like assert boundaries, then the effect could be to just like reveal vulnerabilities. Whereas if the person is trusted, then like revealing vulnerabilities is exactly what dog wants in order to not to inform the other person not to overstep those boundaries. So behavior makes
yeah,
sense. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And it was mostly just like how to pet him right. You know,
Mm,
he, it was, he would be pretty not testy, but like picky about how you would pet him, and it could change from day to day. And you'd have to kind of learn his body language and his moods and this and that and then so he wanted that from somebody that he liked, but not really from someone he didn't know well.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, I think some friends of mine also enjoy seeing that another person can attune to them to that degree. Like, it gives them a particular feeling of closeness. And yeah, maybe they're a little bit
Yeah,
similar in that regard.
because I get that. I get that pretty well.
Hmm. Yeah, sweet. Um, like another thing that I heard that is very close to you is your waffle maker. Want to tell us about your waffle maker?
Okay, so I just crash landed in Bowling Green, Kentucky after leaving a different place in Louisville that I'm not judging the people for it, and I don't want to mention them so they can't be judged for it. But their house, it's life circumstance stuff, but their house is a disaster. We found another place. And after several hours of driving, it's like 2 hours of driving and then all the effort to shove all the stuff back in our car. We get to this other person's house, and then as the night draws near, I get in touch with my friend Jezza, and she was living in a bus converted, a school bus that's been converted to live in, and she was parked at this commune at the border, I think just at the Tennessee side of the border between Tennessee and Kentucky. And I just, even with all of that, I had the energy to go out and see her because A, people, B, she's my friend. And I go out there and we hang out and sleep over and I go and explore the places and the people of the commune with her in the morning, but I take this waffle maker home with me because she had several appliances that people had given her thinking maybe she needs more appliances because her house is a bus. And she just kept the ones to give to somebody that needed it more, and it's just this nice one that you like opens like this, pour it in, you close it, and then you can flip it so that it gets coverage. It's got this ceramic nonstick coating that still takes a season two, and it's incredibly nonstick. It works really well, and it just makes these thick Belgian waffles that are so good. And I remember bragging at the time to the person we were living with that like, oh, after all that, guess what? But I still have energy for people because now there's people. So now I have energy. And I went and saw her. And I hadn't seen her in like a year and a half or so, or 2 years. Um, at that point, I hadn't seen her in a while, and I didn't want to miss that opportunity.
Yeah, it's doubly worth it in the end.
Was.
For how long have you had like when was that? Or put differently, for how long have you had the waffle maker now?
2 years? Because
Oh,
I
okay.
think that was like December, that was late 2023. Yeah,
Okay. I
yeah,
had
two
imagined that it
years.
happened longer. In my mind, that sounded as if it happened longer ago. Um, how does
No,
this like work?
I've just been through a lot in the last 3 years. So,
In subjective time, it was much longer. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, like for how long have you been working on like your recovery in the widest sense?
it's about 2.5 years. Like I discovered it at the end I discovered I have NPT at the end of 2022, but I didn't really know how or really start working on it until like spring of 2023. So about 2.5 years.
Hmm. Was there any particular event that marked that change for you or that tipped you off to it?
Unfortunately, yes. I had just moved to Michigan, sorta, and I was staying with a bunch of friends. And one of those friends we had, since the lease was coming up in a few months and we were uncertain about keeping together, we had a really bad argument one night and
Mm.
um about who was entitled to have the house if we all split up. And I woke up the next morning and on my hour drive to work, I slowly fell into this um paranoid episode and I started really seeing things in a distorted way. And that resulted in me figuring out a way to, in the space of a couple hours, figuring out a way to go underneath underneath him and take the house out from under him when it came time. And I ended up being convinced of that he meant more like he said some nasty things in that argument, but some of it you could tell was like proverbial or just like to demonstrate the strength of his feelings. And I took those the wrong way personally, and I ended up smearing his name publicly on multiple social medias. And it was once I got talked down and realized, no, this person is still my friend. They are not anymore still my friend, mind you. But at the time, I was just filled with this shattering regret. And what that really showed me is I was not managed as well, anywhere near as well as I had thought. It had shattered my perception of my
Hmm.
current shape, my current state, and realizing I could treat people like my father treated me way
Hmm.
more easily and freely than I thought, that I had become like him more than I had anticipated. Like I acted out on him in a way that I had in the past on my father as a defense mechanism. Often when he was doing the same thing to me to try to fight that fire with my fire. And so I was under the delusion that that wouldn't come out from anybody but my father. Um, and in retrospect, that is was never true. I definitely
Hmm.
did that sort of thing to other people too. Maybe not quite to that extreme, but the same sort of thing. And just devastating.
No, big hug. But like something must have like given you the like strength or safety or something at that time to actually be able to confront it. Like, where did you draw like do you know where you drew the strength to be able to confront that part of yourself?
Um, Riley helped me out of that self-pity episode one, but it felt like a mandate from heaven, like I had to f confront it. There's a lot of parts of my struggle that's kind of just how I treat myself. Um, that I just feel like I have to.
Mm.
I know I don't literally have to, but I feel compelled. And I
Yeah.
basically listed the reasons. I never thought I would actually like become like my parents. I was under the delusion that I hadn't,
Mm.
or um it wasn't as big of an issue as I had thought.
Yeah, a friend of mine also described the way that whenever she discovers that she has some traits of like her mother in particular, it feels like a punch in the gut for her. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I feel like I'd like lost the battle.
You lost which battle?
I was trying most of my adult life to not become like my parents, and it felt like I had failed at that.
No, yeah, but yeah, no. It's just a work in progress, I suppose.
Indeed.
Yeah, I've seen some YouTube comments from someone who said that like he's in his 80s, I think, and that he's like just woken up from like his bubble that he'd like lived all his life in, and now regrets wasting his life and like waking up from that in one's 20s. It's kind of really good in comparison. Like lots of life to enjoy outside the bubble.
Well, 30s, but yeah.
Okay.
No, that was only a couple of years ago. So,
Mm,
I wish it was my 20s, but I don't think that was possible. I was living, I was financially dependent upon my father and living in the house he owned. I don't think that was possible. I didn't have the space.
yeah. Having that freedom, moving away, not being exposed to all these patterns all the time that reinforce all the patterns from childhood. It's probably really valuable. I think that was also really valuable for me. I didn't like it makes I didn't really realize it on an introspective level, but sort of in terms of the timelines, it makes a lot of sense that once I moved away from my parents' place in 2012, I probably had a lot more freedom to change the way that I thought, and that probably also helped me heal. Yeah.
No, definitely true for a number of reasons, for sure.
Mm. Yeah, do you think it would have even been useful? Like, I mean, you needed those patterns probably in order to maintain yourself, your safety, your integrity, whatever like you could maintain of it at all, in the face of your parents or in the face of your dad. And like, do you think it would have even been useful, or would have like been to recover earlier, or would that have just resulted in some kind of self-destruction?
Man, that is a big who knows what would ever happen. Like, let me think so I don't get like my feelings of despair and regret to like tangle into that. Because I think I can answer that question. I think the answer would have been yes. At some point there was a threshold where I was able to work on some things, but overall, the way I interacted and dealt with people was getting worse, and I was also getting better at coping with it when it wasn't bad. My false self, I guess you could say, was getting more fleshed out and stronger, but my wounds were deeper. And no, there's definitely a point. Like at some point I had trouble working at a job and it being night just from my experience with being forced to work at my dad's car garage.
Mm.
Uh and at least before that, for instance, I would have had a much easier time staying at whatever job. It's just like I would have had more flexibility. And there's other stuff that works out to more interpersonal too, but that's an example. I ended up having more patterns and traumas being added for over a decade.
Hmm.
And really, he held me back from like making my own mistakes and learning from them. So, definitely earlier would have been better. Exactly when, I don't know, but
By earlier, you mean like getting away from your dad earlier, or by like changing your mindset to something less defended, perhaps something closer to where you are now earlier?
I have no idea how those two could ever line up. Here, let me tell you the story of how I found out. So, I I'm polyamorous. I date a bunch of furries, and I know somebody, and she got us the party room at Midwest Fur Fest in late 2022. And I go there, and this girl that she brought along, um, I end up really enamored and obsessed with her. And I think it was the third out of fourth days. I'm not totally sure. But we were like the four or five of us that weren't out and about in the convention somewhere else. We're all tripping on acid. And at some point, a friend of mine, she just casually calls me a narcissist. But this was narcissist trying to help another narcissist. But at first, I'm just like, you're just insulting me. No, she meant it authentically to try to help me out. And then my now girlfriend, Julie, sat me down and found a decent example of the symptoms of NPD. And I just started to digest it and went, oh. And so it was one hell of a situation to be in, to have the right people to try to break the news to me, to try to explain it and help me through
Hmm.
not totally crashing out, finding out, and frankly, tripping on acid to be mentally open enough to not just fall into further denial. Um, and 'cause I was in some pretty stiff denial about a couple of other things, like that I'm a woman. You know, I had managed to really suppress those thoughts and feelings, unfortunately, very well, and very strongly identified with my man persona. And like I don't know, let's say I had gotten away from my father when I was 22. I have no idea how somebody could have talked me into to that like I have the issues that I have then and me receive it and um
Yeah.
that's what that knowing my own limitations is what makes that like what would have happened a big like question mark.
Hmm. Yeah, I also feel that there are like lots of things that would have had to come together, or that in the end had to come together for me to heal. And if only one of them had happened earlier, it would have just not worked. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm,
Riley and I sat down, like Riley was like, if I had a time machine, when could I have gone back and what would I have had to say to you to like break you out of your cycle and get you to leave your dad's house at any cost? And I'm like, I don't know if that was possible. And we
yeah, I
went
do this thought
through,
experiment a lot. Like, what would
yeah,
I have told myself if I had a time machine and could go back? It's oh, no idea. Yeah, like one friend of mine is like also has been recovering for a couple years. But like looking back at her extremely abusive childhood, just sees how her adaptation was like perfect for keeping her alive throughout that time. And so she doesn't need it anymore now and tries to like break these patterns now. But when she looks back at her adaptations in her childhood, looks back at those with a lot of love and gratitude. Is that also something you can experience?
Uh, to some degree. I'm still working on integrating some stuff there. But like for instance, I had a complicated relationship with my father. I do think he really tried. I think he was just also a very damaged um and broken individual too. I identify with that. I get that. And
Mm,
so he would teach me things about how to deal with people, how to see that somebody's trying to screw you over or manipulate you,
mm,
how to counter manipulate, but also just how to deal with people, some life skills, a lot of soft life skills too. But only in retrospect do I realize that this was a spectrum from just like how to carry yourself that's helpful and how to interact with people on average, all the way to like how to deliberately manipulate people and the whole spectrum in between. And so I would say that A, him teaching me things like that, and B, adaptations I learned dealing with him were ultimately something I can draw a ton of positive things from.
mm,
But some of them have been also incredibly nasty.
mm. Yeah, I imagine like when you learn how your dad sees other people, then that probably also informs how you think other people see you. And that probably also like induces some kind of like feelings again toward these other people. Like imagine if he is like particularly, paranoid or something, like he thinks that other people are out to manipulate him and he tries to defend against that, or he's like preoccupied with that, then imagine that informs how you think other people think about you, that they are preoccupied with whether you manipulate them and yeah, maybe also like how you think other people are themselves, that they might be manipulative. Like, is that also an effect that your dad has had?
Yeah, because I internalized or transformed and then internalized some of his values about people and the world. Positive and negative. He was my gateway to progressivism and leftism for sure. Um, but he could still just also be very paranoid and very distrusting and very cynical about a lot of things too. Like I have that in common with him, that not quite dichotomy, but these this like believing people often and can be total scum,
Mm,
but also believing often that people are broadly worth it and yada yada,
mm.
these really conflicting beliefs.
Yeah, I take it he was particularly preoccupied with like power, control, manipulation, and such, and not getting manipulated himself and these things, and not so much with like um whether the person's like hairstyle is correct, or whether someone adheres to the right kind of etiquette, these types of things. or
Well,
both?
it was for from what I could tell, it was his internal feelings of not feeling appreciated being projected as enforcing his pride, right? And in other words, someone could slight him in a business way, and he would then maintain that. He would then do something, he would talk it out, do something, some sort of retribution, or change the social or literal contract they had, um, to make sure somebody couldn't harm his pride. And it was interesting. It was really blurry. It could be, the pride could again then be a proxy for his paranoias of how this person might use it against him. Um, and it could be the other way. He could get paranoias just because his pride was he was insulted, and so those were like the internal reasons, but definitely the way he implemented them was like control.
Hmm. Was there always like a disconnect between the actual cost of some kind of slight that he suffered versus like the damage to his ego or to his pride that like that that like he would react strongly even if the actual cost was low?
Oh, absolutely, because the pride was always the justification. Like
Yeah.
that, and that, I'm saying a lot of this stuff in retrospect, having been able to understand it and being a
Mm,
prideful bitch myself, that um that his pride often was a proxy for a lot of it, and
mm,
it becoming the ends that justified the means a lot of the time. I don't think that most people were close enough to know that what he was seeking was um being appreciated, but I was
mm.
his kid. I was.
Did he talk explicitly about pride or honor or such things with you in private, or was he unaware of that?
No, no, he absolutely did. He had some like real values of like,
Oh.
for him it was prideful, but for him it was honor. And so it was as much to like the standard he tried to hold himself,
Mm,
to try to be the kind of person he wanted to be in this world. Um,
yeah, that makes no sense. For context, like um your dad has died, right? And your
yeah,
mom? And
she's
when did
still
this happen?
my mom's still unfortunately alive. My dad died in late 2023.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been 72. Can
Right
you
now.
imagine being um 33 and your father's still more than twice your age? Always felt weird to me.
Ah. I don't know. My parents are not so far from that. Yeah, my parents are like 75 and 76 now, and I'm 37, so I don't know. It's
Okay, yeah, you can imagine it.
not so
All
far.
right. I never meet somebody else who can imagine it. I'm kind of delighted by that. I like always thought like when I was younger, I'm like, "Oh, cool. Well, they did the smart decision. They waited until they had more life experience." But um they also waited until they were more miserable about the life they felt they had fucked up to.
Mm. Yeah, since they needed someone to like have a better life as a proxy vicariously for them or something, and putting that hope into the child. I don't know.
My dad for sure. He would like
Mhm.
he said the same sort of things of like he didn't want me to make the same mistakes as he did. But mo most of what he gave me that was intangible were definitely in his view, and I mean explicitly so, his view that would allow me to be independent and lead me towards being self-made in the domain and the vein that I wanted,
Hmm.
etc. He thought he was giving me the things to actually set me up pretty well.
Hmm. Yeah, interesting combination. Oftentimes, like the parents have like this very fixed idea of what exactly the child needs to do in life, and in this case, it's more about fixed idea about how to achieve the thing to do in life. Yeah.
Absolutely. For my mom was a lot simpler. I was her like trophy genius, and I guess that shows she can give birth or she can raise somebody successful even if she isn't. Um I guess I'd just say my dad had a similar mindset, but he did try to be more proactively involved in doing that and actually trying to raise me, even if it was just
Hmm.
quite the mixed bag.
Hmm. Yeah, what influence has your mom has had on you?
Uh, it's, I would say it's hard for me to describe, but she's had an influence on how I will judge whether something is a good idea to do or a productive idea or whatever in myself and others. Even when I was like 3 or 4 years old, I would come up with these ideas of things I could invent that would maybe improve people's lives and whatever, and she would strike me down, and I mean that proverbially this time, but she would strike those ideas down in a way and be like, no, if it doesn't make money, it doesn't work and it's not worth trying, that the world will eat you alive.
Hmm.
And so she definitely impacted my core selfishness in that way.
Hmm.
Um, she's definitely the like not necessarily the seat, but the seed of my sadistic qualities. Like the thing she would say is don't dish it out if you can't take it. But then that reinforced with how she treated me had the unconscious impression of, well, if I can dish it out, then I can do that. If I can take it, then I can dish it out. And that doesn't have much regard to whether that's a good idea or morally good or not.
Hmm. Yeah, it also like dictates the framing, that the whole framing is about like some kind of aggression against one another, like the famous egocentric aggression that's associated with like sadism and sovereignism and malignant narcissism and such. I should probably like set the framing for it, and everything else can just like flow from that.
Yeah, I tried to resist it for a long time, which had goods and bads. Like it kept until my mom moved away when I was 15 and I was left with just my dad and they could no longer like kind of balance each other out. Um, I maintained my values better, but I had poor impulse control over my aggression, specifically since I was disavowing it so strongly. Like
Hmm.
when I was a little kid, I was diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder. I was expelled from kindergarten the first day.
Oh, what age was that?
Um, I think that's 5 years old. Let me let
Five,
me let
okay.
me think. What's 18 minus 12? 5 years old. Yeah, I was expelled
Mm.
the first day. I did not get it through the. I was not allowed back in that school. It was a private school. My mom tried to give me like a better life, a better education, and I ruined it day one.
Mm. Uh, can you sort of, I don't know, do you have like enough memories of your like early childhood to tell whether there was sort of a time before sadism and a time once you like developed any of these, like discovered any of these sadistic pleasures?
That's a good question. I remember being very young and being very preoccupied with like punishing bad people and criminals and having to be talked out of it. Um, it was like it hadn't really all coalesced. It feels like more like the different pieces were there because I remember in preschool, a year or two prior to getting expelled from kindergarten the first day, I punched this bully in the nose and gave him a bloody nose as like a 3 or 4 year old. And feeling bad that I had done it, but feeling like it in the frame of my mom's viewpoint of like that, I misbehaved and but also frustrated that nobody cared that these two kids were pulling my arms apart like this. And I mean that like it was
Mm.
ridiculous and feeling like nothing was going to happen unless I did that sort of thing. But I didn't take pleasure in it at that point. I did it and then I felt that pang of like, oh my fucking God, what did I just do? Um,
Yeah, that doesn't sound like sadism. Like,
no.
yeah, like I,
No, like because like I said, I don't think that was the seed. Like my mom planted seeds, and I had a fascination with being with punishing criminals, and
mm,
I had a fascination with villains and their ability to put all of those negative feelings behind and do the things that achieved what they wanted, which I
mm,
saw as strength. But those two things hadn't really the actual aggression and how I thought about it and hadn't made friends yet.
hmm Yeah, like punishing criminals or something is also ambiguous because some people take like pleasure in the punishing and then want to have some kind of excuse. And so they're like, oh yeah, there are those criminals or these bullies or cheaters or I don't know, drug dealers. I don't know, some people who like where they can make up some excuse in order to like act out that aggression. Because like they have some, I don't know, behavioral norms or something, and then they would feel like they are violating their values if they acted out on someone else. But then there are also people who just object really strongly to the particular thing that the person is doing, perhaps like out of empathy with the victim or something, and they just think that punishment is the way to go in such a case because of, I don't know, some upbringing related factors and not knowing about restorative justice. And yeah, so these are like two very different frames of mind that lead to the same outcome. And if I understand this correctly, when you were younger, it was the second one where the punishing is just instrumental.
Yes and no, but I think that comes back to like the concept of antisocial punishment or aggression in the sadism spectrum where so like I remember it was a little later in my life 9, 11 years old, but I fancied myself a landlady that would punish her tenants in different ways that I had to be told were illegal, like shutting off their services if they didn't pay and shit. And this thinking of like you have to punish somebody or they don't get it. But
Hmm.
I did I did revel in going further than I felt than like you could think was logically necessary. I wouldn't say I was thinking it exactly like, okay, if I do this, then it will discourage that behavior. Like if I can remember some of the vague things about punishing criminals when I was like 3, 4, or 5, it was it definitely wasn't proportionate, and I just wanted to like dispense that cruel justice because I didn't understand the point of it. Um,
Hmm.
Almost like this person is a bad kind of thing, and like they had to have that like beaten out of them. I don't know if I'm not like priming myself to almost say that. That's definitely how my mom treated me.
Yeah.
That wasn't her mindset, but that was definitely what her
Hmm.
actions
Yeah, like I kind of
enforced.
reject, yeah, I just reject like this whole to the extent that's possible, but like um to the extent that I have alternatives, I reject like this whole framework of like punishment, but also of rewards. Like it's just sort of the flip side of it, but sort of lives within the same, I think, mistaken framework. That like you need to condition people by, or to condition children through like positive and negative reward instead of just explaining to them why certain things are adaptive or effective and others are not. And so is there like, are there examples of like rewards being just as damaging as punishments in your life?
Yeah, I think like maybe the with my mom, um let's say just that like emotionally, I was her trophy genius, so she would, she would emotionally reward all of these things she wanted me to be. With my dad, I can think of so many examples. So
Hmm.
he bought me this workbench, and it was an argument to try to get him to not buy it because I knew this kind of thing was going to happen. Um, I tried to get him to spend that money on me on anything else. But anyway, so we have the workbench, but it needs to be assembled. And one of the days that came to a head, my friend Damien happened to be over, and he calls, and it's just the thing the hill he wanted to die on that day. And he even expected Damien to help me clean the room that the workbench was supposed to go into, and he banned him from the house for not being willing. And that ended in one of my, like, you could say, justified episodes of being um um sadistically coercive and cruel. Like if I didn't do that, I would have had hell for days. He blew off when I said, "All right, so my plan is this, and I think it's going to take a couple of days." And he just started screaming at the idea that it would take a couple of days. Just immediately, totally lost his marbles. Um, And um and so that workbench was at best a burden and at times a way to punish me and fuck with my life and control me and my friends. Um Even though it was a gift and was a kind of gift I would otherwise appreciate.
Hmm.
I'm handsy. I like fixing and building things. And it was nice. He got me the extra expensive stainless steel countertop I wanted for a couple of different reasons. Um,
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 how did this workbench gift work? Like, was there was like his probably unconscious idea behind that he could like exert some kind of power over you with that, or that it was like a reward for something that he still wanted you to do so that he can guilt you with it, or I don't know, what was the thought behind it?
it was some of the like tangible things he was trying to give me towards something that was a more productive, fulfilling, and successful life.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is one of the things that, let's say, his skills and his values and mine, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to say line up directly, but um, that they overlap. I
Mm-hmm.
value those skills in my life, and I have used them to make money before. And so I think the issue there was that he saw that it was in a way foundational to my progress and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
so
so
kind of like a nudge to push you in a particular direction.
yeah, and then that was mixed with the like the pride and him feeling the need to be appreciated, right?
Mm.
That also came out there. A lot of things came out in that incident. Let me see if I can think of another one. I like do and I don't want to talk about my college years. Like I would like to, but I think I will have to sit down and type about it because
Mm-hmm.
I could accidentally get on into a very unhelpful rant about it and not get anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That stinks. I had another one in mind. Um, there are other tools that it was that way. Um, some of it which may have been a gray area, which really weren't a gift, but were in his mind. I think that's also an important thing to point out. And I recognize that in myself as being very adverse to somebody not explicitly doing something that they feel like they're doing me a favor and they're not really, and they don't know
Mm.
it. I have a
Yeah,
I have a
exactly.
whole defense against that. And like when he bullied me into working for him at his shop, one little microcosm of that was he thought he wasn't going to have enough work for the both of us, and that turned out to be not only not true, he then suddenly expected me to show up 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. And I had no way to try to like escape that life that way.
Mm.
And but whenever he would get often, he would be like, I thought you'd be happy I found work for you to do, like yes and no. And for the reasons I said, uh I- it, sometimes it would just be that it was a very involved job on a car when I was not in a good headspace or not in a good time portion of my life in events outside of work to just handle that level of complexity and responsibility. It would just depend, and it was very all or nothing for him. He thought everything around work and practical skills, he tended to think he was doing me a favor.
Hmm. Like it seems like he uh completely like disrespected any of your boundaries. So
Oh yeah,
like sort
he
of hmm.
he bullied me into into working for him.
Yeah, so that's kind of like how dog reacted to your dad coming to like your house. So like the house being sort of metaphorical for the boundaries, and dog being like, I want this person here. Sort of
Yeah, because
metaphorical for how like you would have also liked to have been able to maintain your boundaries against them.
yeah, I wish he had given me a little more respect like he did dog.
Yeah, exactly.
I can oh oh man. I'm giving myself a minute because I'm kind of
Hmm.
welling up with my anger at him.
Hmm.
Um
Hmm.
oh it's really weird to have kind of a grudge against somebody it's kind of justified, but also they're dead. It's weird for it to be so sticky.
Hmm. No, of course.
And then harder to, it's hard, like I said, it's kind of, in some ways, it's justified. Um, because he never, I was never able to get up to any sort of point where, like, he would recognize why I was upset with him.
Hmm.
There were times, there were brief times, but like with any cluster B stuff, if the person isn't really facing their core issues, it's not long before they regress. I am no different from that,
Hmm.
in the past and in issues I just hadn't faced yet, whatever. Um,
Yeah, I think I see this in friends of mine that the ones who have very stable identities, if they are like um in their adult years, meet someone and the person mistreats them, then they cut them off and they're like afterwards they forget about the person, they're not really affected by that. But like if someone has either an unstable identity or this happens very early in their life when virtually anyone has an unstable identity, then the person has such a strong effect on my friend that basically the person like if they die, if they completely disappear from the face of the earth, it doesn't matter because like they live on in the effects that they've had on the identity of my friend. And yeah, so it doesn't surprise me at all that someone's death doesn't change that.
yeah, for sure. That's really complicated within me. Like, if you haven't picked up, I got a lot of good and bad from my dad, values, behavior patterns, traumas, life experience. And
Yeah.
but just like the thing I'm working on reframing that's still like this is not like how it is unconsciously or subconsciously. This is not my first internal reaction, but like I'm working on reframing this to like that happened and I dealt with it and this is how I dealt with it and I'm here now, etc. That sort of framing. But I definitely react more like, well, I'm still living with the consequences of that time and that era of what he
Hmm.
did to me with um and it can make it can make it feel like he precipitated all the bad things that are still in my life. And
Hmm.
and again that's there's some truth to that, I internalized and learned these things from him, and I was financially dependent on him until I was 32. So, he set me up for that sort of thing, but that doesn't have to determine the rest of my life. But he left his mark,
Mm.
and I find I what the point of me saying that is I find that hard to wrestle with on basically every psychological level, from like base identity, just patterns and worldviews, to really high level ways of looking at myself and the world around me and the people in my life. Um,
Yeah, these things are all connected, unfortunately. If we could like heal them one layer at a time, it would be easier.
it certainly would. Ooh, I wonder if I try to do that too hard. No, I think I do. We were talking about that, but something
Yeah.
like that before the call. I think I unconsciously try to do that too hard.
Yeah, as a software engineer, I get annoyed with how entangled all sorts of parts of my psyche and my body and my socialization, society, my friends, and everything is. It's like, no, I want to fix this one module at a time. Uh, who wrote this stupid spaghetti code where everything is connected in chaotic ways? It's yeah, I kind of get annoyed with like some god who doesn't exist, and yeah.
So I try to take some beauty out of life like that. I feel we as people, as human beings in our physical, literal, we have these kinds of brainsness. Um, as good examples of non-intelligent design. Right, like psychologically, I can see some things happen to you, and it's more like you have the circuitry in your brain that then that then latches onto it. And some of it's way more specific, like ADHD and OCD are dysfunctions in different ends of the same chemical feedback loop of of attention and task organization. And yet we still handle we that can be helped with medication, but we still handle OCD in large part with psychotherapy too. You can still retrain that network, but we know the mechanism, even if we don't know how it precipitates into the rest of our brain very well. We know the base of that mechanism very well. And so you end up in this hodgepodge of ways in which the human brain has happened to develop, in ways in which you have happened to develop, in ways in which you've happened to conceptualize and internalize that consciously and not. And like let's take that with software, right? And you could apply that to anything. You could apply that to um a business that now has like a complex workflow. Like with software, I was DevOps at this place, and one of the things I was instrumental in was bringing their continuous integration, continuous development, their Jenkins system into a more maintainable and modern state. And we moved like two major versions on some things um over the course of my stay there. Because some things they just didn't have the person power. They were just stuck in some version close to when at the company's genesis. It wasn't a very old or very young company. I don't remember if it was like just under or just over 10 years old. And at the time. But there are also a lot of established things that like you don't want to you'd rather implement, you'd rather iterate on, in smaller chunks. There's a point to that, like they were bringing in something from their open source side slowly because it happened this chunk, this module happened to be vastly superior, but it didn't really integrate with the rest of the code base. So they're
Mhm.
working on that over time. But they didn't do that with everything. That wasn't wholesale. So it's like you have to pick and choose the things you like try and tear down almost all at once and stuff you iterate on.
Mm.
And it's because of that messy process of like, who were their early clients? What did they want? What features did they discover they wanted? And then they had their open source branch, and that developed independently. The place I worked for the last machining job I had, we made blanks for other machine shops actually. That they were measuring tools, they're called plug gauges and ring gauges. And so those shops were doing precision grinding, which is accurate to single hundred thousandths of an inch. Um, and thus they could certify the gauge to a single 10,000th of an inch. You could say that this thing is exactly 4.0000 inches because somebody could measure it to 4.00002 inches. And they didn't want to, so something that was, let's say, a tenth of an inch is 100,000th. That's orders of magnitude different. A precision grinder takes off 10,000ths of an inch or less at a time. It's hard to get a precision grinder to take off multiple thousandths of an inch. That's a lot of bull work for them. And um but those kind of companies that make those kind of products, they'll be in a specific industry. So like ones that do it for the oil and gas, or maybe even more specifically the hydrofracking industry, they might have some odd sizes, or just often they're like larger. And they don't want to deal, that's the thing. They don't want to have a ton of other general machinery and spend a lot of time on it because they're only dealing with stuff that's between, let's say, 12 and 24 inches. And then they'll have specific sets in there. These are the only sizes they deal with and the only profiles they deal with. But the place I was at was multifaceted and multi-purpose. Being the only manual machinist in the place, I was doing all of the like low production and custom orders or repairing something, fixing somebody else's fuck up. And so we would be dealing with stuff that um I remember this thing, I had to machine it to like be like, I don't remember exactly the size, but it was on the order of, let's say 96 thousandths of an inch. So zero point 0.1 inch is 100 thousandths of an inch. But like it really couldn't be like 105 thousandths of an inch either. It had to be like just under 100 thousandths, and it couldn't be like 80 something thousandths of an inch either. Um, but then I had to machine something that was 17 and a quarter inches wide. And the production flow for a place like that is very chaotic. You know, they'll have things they make dozens or hundreds of at a time. And then there's me. I might make 20 things of similar sizes, but one at a time, one at a time, two at a time, five at a time, 12 at a time, five at a time, 20 at a time. And maybe there's a ton of ways that company could be optimized, but with something that complex, like, oh my gosh, where do you start?
Mhm.
And I was close with my boss who managed that. Like I was at like a special weird place in that sort of schedule. He would like if he handed me work, somebody had like personally emailed, texted, or called him and asked him, "Can you do this and how much?" And he went personally and found that they did have the material to do it or gave them a quote on the timeline. And so if I went and got that material, I didn't have to do the inventory. It was already done over my head. There was paperwork I didn't have to do that all the other employees did. So one man was responsible for handling that chaos. So I saw that. There was definitely a lot of room for improvement, but where do you start?
Yeah, like this is one environment where I don't really see the point in having chaos. Like, okay, that sounds weird, but um, like I would think that in adversarial contexts, it's useful to have chaos. Like, if a bunch of like if a country is sort of internally at war between like opposing political factions, then it's probably useful to have like lots of laws on a very small municipal
Mm.
level, then higher on a, laws on some state level, federal laws, and so on, and make everything like really complicated because if like some bad actor like tries out some policy, let's say some reckless actor tries out some policy, then, and the policy, of course, totally backfires and has like terrible effects, then it has terrible effects in some small area, and they notice that, and then they can roll it back. And it does not immediately have terrible effects on the whole country. And yeah, so if like people are reckless and people experiment a lot with like dangerous things, then I can see that it's useful to have a lot of chaos in order to like limit the bad effects that these things have. But if the environment is like very cooperative and everyone wants to work together, then it's probably better to not have chaos because that makes it harder to make changes. And so yeah, I don't know if like this company is probably collaborative, so less chaos will be better.
Well, I like the picture I'm trying to paint is that it was like just it came out of the circumstances. It was at least semi-necessary. There was a better way to do it, but he hadn't had a skilled manual machinist in a while. And even though a lathe is conceptually similar, it's just spinning things and you make tapers and cylinders and holes and stuff. Um, it's much harder to be good at running a lathe because you're kind of going down just like the base physics of it. It comes more down to like, is this thing gonna grab my tool and pull it in and then ruin the part? And the setups are all about that sort of thing because you're trying to balance the time and the precision and the quality. Like sometimes I needed a precise size, but the part could look ugly. It didn't matter. They were going to take enough material off. So I needed to be careful, but I could be very quick. And so I was
Hmm.
making a lot of those calls, and I had to make those kind of calls as an individual. And so people who ran a mill, you'll hold the part on a table, and the table moves around, and some of them the cutting tool can move around, but that's something that's more easy to like make a square on, for instance. You can make a square
Hmm.
on a lathe, it's more involved, but um you end up in two totally different ways of thinking if you only really learned um one. And he had people who ran mills Mills usually run at much slower speeds, or um, the sheer momentum of it. I like to call it the a lathe, the altar of angular momentum. That thing will turn you um into a bloody cinnamon roll at will. It is no the you turn that, you could pull the power in that thing, and the momentum has it still spinning. It's kind of inherently dangerous.
Hmm.
And you have to be smarter than the tool, and the material. And you have a lot more wiggle room with that with a mill. The part lips off and it might break the cutting tool, but it's probably not going to fling that part at you at high speed, because it wasn't, the physical mass of the part wasn't spinning at 1600 RPM or something like that. And so they would use tools in improper ways, tools that work on a mill or ways that would work on a mill. Um, it would either give very substandard results or waste a lot of time or be dangerous. Like I said, the materials. If you imagine a drill, if you have a material like brass, um, it might want to grab on the flutes of the drill. The flutes of the drill are only meant to like give a way for the metal chips that are being cut to like come out from the depth. They're not meant to cut, just the tip cuts. But brass can smear or like I'm having trouble describing this in a more eloquent way, but like microscopic, not microscopically, but like fracture into little tiny chunks, and it'll grab and it'll pull things in,
Mhm.
and stuff like that, and you can end up in dangerous situations. And so he had a lot of people that weren't great at doing that job, so he needed somebody who was able to do some of that individually, and he didn't have the headroom to do that. And then let's say if you could then illustrate, if I illustrate the difference between me, what I was doing, and one of the CNC lathe operators, they it depends. You could have somebody that's just like not stupid and can learn, can do precision measurements. You maybe even somebody else sets the thing up, but you set it up and you cut the thing, and every so 5, 25, whatever the requirement is, you measure, and if it's a little off, you adjust it, or you check the tool and you change the cutting bit, then you measure it again afterwards and you adjust it again. And they push it, and maybe for 2 minutes they could be sweeping up, or they could go on their phone, or they could go through notes, or they could sip their coffee. And uh, with a manual lathe, it was a 3 limb, 4 cents kind of thing. I was smelling whether something was burning even. I had my foot on the lathe brake. Um, and those are two totally different kinds of workflows. You could set somebody up, they could do 500 in a row, provided nothing major finds its way to go wrong, and set them on. So his effort was to set that up, and he's doing all this other manual effort to do this. But then that's assuming everything always works out perfectly. It never does, right? Imagine material comes late, and he has to try to find some pieces of metal that are close enough, and you can change it. And some person will be like, all right, well, this isn't exactly right, so you're gonna have to cut out more in the middle. And that person's smart, and they'll change the program. Oh, they'll make an adjustment. And then somebody's not, and he either has to get somebody, or himself, he has to make the change for that. And then when they're done using the off-spec stuff, they have to change it back to what's normal. Um,
What you mentioned a moment ago about like adjusting how you cut something, depending on like whether it has to be like absolutely perfect, or whether it's more important to be fast. And I know they'll like take off so much material anyway that it doesn't have to look good, or like all sorts of other variations. Like, I think that is something that I've struggled with in the past because I know how to make the trade-off, how to get the trade-off right, what I would have to do in order to make like the right time quality trade-off, as it were. But like then I'd be like shamed that someone sees the imperfect product afterwards if like I don't have enough time, and then that would often compel me to put in more effort than would have been optimal given the time constraints. Is that something you're immune to, or?
No, I'm not immune to it. It would stress me. I'm a perfectionist. It would stress me the hell out, but maybe I'm better adapted at ultimately like rolling with it, you could
Hmm.
say, right? I got used to the lathes we had, the kind of stuff we had, the tools we had available to cut with, the type of materials we tended to use, and and then also separately internalizing like what he expected, and like I learned over time like this company doesn't really care. This one does. This one wants it to within like 5 thousandths of an inch, and they want the surface to be nice.
Hmm.
Um, uh, and because once I got to that point, I would then see the overall goal of whatever comes out that
Hmm.
is visually and measurably acceptable, that I could go, did I get there without breaking too many things, and did I get there relatively quickly? And
Hmm.
that's how I would view it, in that I
Hmm.
would reframe the the goal. I feel like
Yeah,
there's a
like
better word for that.
you want to make the trade-off perfect. You want to be perfectionistic about the trade-off instead of the product or something.
Yeah. Um I don't want to say goal, I don't want to say outcome, but um the result, it just
Hmm.
at least in my mind, efficiency is does have that inherent complexity and
Hmm.
nuance. I do want to bring it back, because my whole point here is that of like starting with where you're at, and and the deliberateness, right? So my boss couldn't change everything about the workflow of the company at once, but he could change one significant thing at once. Once he got me to the point where I was familiar, he could then focus on things outside of me more. And then maybe introduce new products we do, and go back and forth. And it's that deliberateness, and the parallel that has to what we're talking about is that you become consciously aware, like of something I've struggled with in my growth, that I think I'm kind of coming to a point where I understand what to do about it now. I'm comfortable with it.
Hmm.
Even if I'm nowhere near where I want to be, I'm comfortable with it. Is telling myself to push through something, or making myself do something, or both. And because I can have a tendency to, whether that's because of perfectionism, um or maintaining this idea of like peerlessness, that I do everything spectacularly, um of trying to force myself to do everything all the time, quickly, perfectly, etc. Um, but the things that set me up to that are useful. So let's say I need to fix my car today, and it's cold, and that's gonna suck, and it's probably gonna hurt my hands. But you know what? I also need to do my laundry today, and I'm probably gonna spend all the time I have to fix my car if I just keep coming back in and out of the house, trying to warm back up. And there's gonna be a point where it's like literally hurting my hands being out there in the cold and stuff, and I'm just gonna be like, no, I'm gonna get through it. And that's that self-sadism we've talked about
Mm.
that before. And I will have a tendency to want to feed off of um overpowering the emotional or physical pain of something. And like I said, sometimes that can be helpful, but I feed off of it without the deliberate awareness. It's without the
Yeah.
conscious awareness and thus the deliberateness of the choice, it's just a pattern, you
Mm.
know.
Does this like, I mean, if that is related to your mom's conditioning, that I know you started. What was her saying about dishing out and
Um,
taking it?
don't dish it out if you can't take it. I think
Yeah,
that
and you're
was more.
proving that you can take it, like by working on your car in the cold, like this.
No, I think that was more her um her workaholic nature and like when she was spanking me, she would spank me with a Teflon mixing spoon so it wouldn't leave marks. How devilish and disgusting is that? But if I flinched in the middle of it, she would swat me again because I needed to take the punishment well. I
Mm.
remember when I was 3 years old, I tried to ride a bike and I fell over crying. I fell off and I started crying, and she had no tolerance for my like fear and whatever.
Mm.
And she was trying to put this strength in me.
Mm.
And those are the kinds of things that conditioned seeing anything in the way of these goals or productivity are just straight up weakness and whatever, just ignore whatever actual cost to your physical or mental well-being. Just do it because the alternative is not acceptable. Um, because the other one, don't dish it out if you can't take it, I feel more wraps back onto myself, but starts in the frame of other people. But
Hmm.
it does wrap back onto myself because then um one time I did a bunch of stair climbs in my house,
Mm.
and then the next day or two later, it felt like someone had like opened up my calves and surgically sewn in scalpels, and it was painful to walk. And I got aggravated and impatient over that, and I decided to just walk up the stairs, just about run up the stairs in outright defiance. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, aha, I'm pushing my body to be stronger. It will be harder to knock me down. It will be harder to stop me. And so there is totally things where I think of like improving my ability to dish things out, to always being the strongest person in a conflict. But I feel like that more wrapped back onto myself.
Yeah. Like I would imagine that this also ties in with the teleological non-mentalizing that when your mom like conditions you to suppress feelings of hurt, feelings of needing support, like needing reassurance, whatever it was you might have experienced when you fell with the bike, for example, that if she conditions you to suppress those, that they are like vanish or something. Like she's probably not aware that that they just get like pushed down, or the person develops some maladaptive like coping mechanisms. But like if she can't see it, then it's not there. And similarly, like you're probably trying the same on yourself, but I don't know if it's working, like to what extent. I have one friend who actually says that it's working, like I don't know, she has very high pain tolerance as a result, but others are probably just fooling themselves.
I like I said, I think it's somewhere in between. I do have a high pain tolerance as a result, but um like I still have scars from my foolishness. This was because I just negligently decided to not prepare to torch a suspension part out of a car, and a blob of boiling, flaming, exploding urethane rubber landed on my arm and put a hole in it. And I could have just put on one of my welding jackets. I had a cold weather and a hot weather welding jacket. I had two welding jackets I could have put on. And I just didn't at first. And that was definitely from I don't know if that instance was like directly, but it was from the pattern of just like I don't need to take precautions. I'll just tough through it and make it happen faster instead of being weaker.
Hmm.
Um, so I've had to reevaluate that, right? But there's totally advantages. I'm not gonna like continue to work on my car until I have like frostbite and get gangrene or something, right?
Hmm.
But and I'm not going to do that every day and then make myself miserable. But today that is useful.
Hmm.
Today and in this way, that is useful to feed off to enjoy the the pushing through the pain, to enjoy the
Hmm.
pain. Um
Yeah, of course, all of these adaptations are sometimes useful.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Some people get tattoos to remind themselves of like important life lessons, and in a way you have scars to achieve the same.
I don't know if I told you about this one.
Not sure.
That one's harder to show up.
Uh-huh, which one?
Uh this one. So that
Like, would it be
one,
horizontal?
yeah. Now do
Mm.
you see it?
Yeah, I think so. I
Yeah.
know, a bit vertical, I think. Okay, yeah, now I see it, yeah.
Yeah, it's vertical. So, my friend Ed and I broke into an abandoned coal mine, and somebody had come with a angle grinder and had cut through like 98% of this one bar that it was removable, but it was locked. There was a lock on it. So they were just cutting straight through the bar. And all I had was my Swiss Army knife that had a shitty metal saw on it.
Yeah,
And it
God.
took us two times of going there, but I had to just push through the misery, the no energy, the having eaten poor that day, the cold and the rain, every single thing. And I got through that motherfucker. And so this scar feels like victory.
Yeah, cool. A friend of mine also has a bunch of scars and has like cool stories attached to each. One of the stories is a bit boring, so I came up with a fictional story, but apparently she doesn't want to tell lies about her scars, okay? Hmm.
No, I get that because they feel like it feels really real. I did something I cared about in my life. I physically did something. I cut this metal bar. I finished cutting this metal bar in half. And I had to overcome my own physical limitations to do it. And it just feels incredibly real.
Yeah, interesting. I also wonder, like, with all the stuff that you've gone through with your dad that was connected to cars, How did you manage to not develop some kind of PTSD related to like, I don't know, cars, mechanical work? I don't know, anything that's related to that?
I sorta did. Um, I think it was just easier to get through because I still love cars. Because that turned into resentment, and I think that was my defense, and I was able to process that in a more healthy way later without it turning into just pure trauma. Like it felt like my dad had ruined one of my passions for me. And so being angry at him over it I think allowed me to push the processing off until I could do something better about it.
So you use the same defiance that you use when your legs hurt, to push through the PTSD and then probably have the exposure that actually
Yeah,
healed?
I do that with a lot of things. Like remember we were talking about you know, I can have the anxiety over the perfectionism and I did at that machining job at first. But I'm a little too comfortable with making myself do things I'm uncomfortable with.
Hmm. Yeah, that. Hmm.
But that like you said, just like that example, if it's with the right mindset, it is exposure therapy and it can actually just be directly beneficial.
Hmm.
So it's dependent. Yeah, like no one was gonna tell me I'm not gonna work on my car or the cars I of friends I do want to work on. But I did start putting up barriers between people and like saying no, I'm not gonna like just casually I try not to work on cars for money. I only try to work out it out of joy or out of
Hmm.
contributing to a specific friend or the community. Like we do this thing called pullover prevention.
Yeah.
Um, and I take joy in that. And finally get to be around a lot of gearheads, and that's lovely. Um, but let's say Riley's car. The other night, I finally got up off my ass and I replaced their one headlight, and it was difficult. It was in a difficult spot, and it was cold, and it was dark, and I just pushed through it because I owed it to them, and I just wanted to get it over with.
Hmm. Yeah, I wonder like whether we want to like switch to the second section. There are your the questions that you suggested. Particularly, you mentioned that you have identity crisis between the person you were before you like your soul was broken and who you've become. And yeah, I wonder whether you can walk me through like the different versions of you and maybe also like at what ages you transitioned between these different versions.
Yeah, okay, so the first major change is when we moved from Texas to Pennsylvania. And then it was middle school really because um of the emotional support special ed teacher was enabled by the corruption of the system to be abusive to both myself and all the children and also the therapists that would accompany the kids, TSS's, therapeutic support staff.
Mm-hmm.
And to an extreme, there was I had found out some of the therapists had um you know tried to get her in trouble, and they ended up blackballed from the industry. So it was sick and disgusting. But a lot of things happened then too. My mother cheated on my father and gave birth to my brother. And so that falling out was happening at the same time. So I was having to be kind of a different kind of person in the presence of my father and my mother. And then I was learning an entirely new hypervigilance at school.
Mm-hmm.
I was finally getting put back in some normal classes in middle school, and like I remember this one time I was just sitting there, I had this obsession with sharpening this bag of 100 some fucking pencils I had, and I was just sharpening a pencil, and I didn't realize I wasn't listening to what this teacher said, and he came over and with like inches of my face screamed at me and it just shocked me absolutely loose. And between that and stuff I could expose to this teacher, um, or when I tried to tell on her, um, I'm not gonna kill myself over trying to find less childlike language. I don't want to go through that emotional work right now. When I tried to tell on her, I used the wrong phrase, not knowing, and it got construed as a different kind of misconduct on her part, and I had to explain 6 or 7 times to different people in my professional support system of like, why did you say that? Because I didn't know. Why did you say it if you didn't know? Because I didn't know that I didn't know. And no matter how hard I begged them to just trust everybody else's story on it. Um in that example I found out that the only thing I could have done was lie. And I'd grown up Christian and I was very against lying. And I was really too young to I really went from like a vague sense of like, all right, the institution's not perfect, but enough of the people in it are good enough that it's okay to um the institution being actively malicious or the rest of the institution enabling one actively malicious person that was highly in control of my life. Um, just having that institutional faith completely 180'd was damaging. Having seeing my parents blame each other for this and that and losing some faith in them and then learning this new kind of hypervigilance. Um, that was a major change, and that happens, when you first start to try to form an identity, and I was trying to fit in too. Um, the next major change, I'm gonna try and make this story not long. I always have a trouble making this story not long, but
No, no worries.
I was on the 6th day of a 10-day diarrhea episode, and I needed to go to the hospital. I was about to go to bed, and I was just struck with the thought of like, I'm having more and more trouble getting up each morning, and my dad is like away at work all day. Am I gonna wake up dead? Am I not gonna be able to do this? And am I gonna dehydrate and malnourish myself to death? And it was the end of the world having that conversation with my father. And he had this arbitrary rule. I felt it wasn't totally arbitrary up until that point, but it was this arbitrary rule if I was not allowed to drive after 10. And so since he maintained that rule, I couldn't drive myself, so he had to martyr himself and drive me. He had this very uncomfortable customer's car he was driving for two reasons. He had his car in the shop, and this car did need some miles put on it to try to test drive something to to get some issue to manifest. And he would not be able to rest in that while waiting in like the hospital parking lot. And he's just blaming that all on me and making it my problem. And what really cut me to the core was he said, "All right, well, no Porsche." We had this shitty, rusty 1984 Porsche 944. They're the poor man's Porsche. They're not that well built or designed of a car to begin with. It wasn't that special just because it was a Porsche. But it was cool. It was fun. But he said, "Fine, no more Porsche." And I wanted to say like, "Fine, I hope it lights on fire and burns your shop down. Fine. Never involve me with car things again. I don't want a car from you. I won't even touch your car. If you have to bring me somewhere, nope. Cars and us are done." Um, and it just being the end of the world of something that might have killed me. I found out that there was some genuine risk there. There's a point where your kidneys can shut down, and the only way to get things to restart, is an IV, right? You're not your body's regulation system for taking in moisture is broken. I took in a full IV bag, and over 6 hours, I didn't have to go to the bathroom once. I was so dehydrated. Um, and I don't know that it was there, but it was in genuine da I was in genuine danger of being in that sort of zone where I was not recoverable without going to the hospital.
Hmm.
And um that broke my heart. He was my Superman. That shattered me. I and the kind of person I was really changed. How I would handle that now is in advance knowing this kind of thing. I'd already have the keys to the car in my pocket and be ready to belt down the steps, either to take the car anyway or to push the issue, to antisocially, aggressively push the issue of like, I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. So figure out how you're gonna handle that and do it right the fuck now.
Hmm.
And I'm not giving you an option, etc. Um, that really broke my faith in how good faith I could be with my father. And I realized the only way to get through that was to consider whether and how and why I would need to be conniving ahead of time to upwards over my own physical body safety and life. And it also broke me in like, that means I can never make him happy enough with me that he'll set me free, kinda. That I may have to do anything, things I don't agree with, that go against my morals or my values. I may have to completely forget entire goals and paths I have in life and focus on leaving. If I have the fortune, maybe I can combine them, but I need to consider subverting, um, and at least temporarily throwing out possibly anything at all I had held on to. Um, Much earlier in life, my mom did two specific things. One I would have nightmares from for years. When I was 3 or 4, I was paralyzed about steps. I was paralyzed about the falling down steps, and she just walked away and left me there and made me suck it up, Buttercup, and just walk down the steps without her help. And another one was the first inoculation shot I can remember. I I was so scared it was going to hurt, and I ended up throwing a tantrum trying to get her to get this stuff that would numb the area briefly. And that actually really unfortunately reinforced some of this stuff because the second time she kowtowed to me and the doctor did spray something on it. This cooling stuff that made it so cold it was hard to feel the pain. And maybe it had lidocaine into it, some spray. But I was throwing a tantrum after having gone through every other possible avenue. And she called this 3 or 5 year old little girl me, um, manipulative. She told me they were crocodile tears. And,
Nice projection.
yeah, absolutely. And, that's a little harder to.
Mm.
I struggle more with saying how some of that stuff adds up the rest of my life and who I am now, but just feeling like fear won't be tolerated. Um, I have to do it. I have to handle it well the first time. The only person who's going to help me with my difficult feelings is me. The end, and I may be and I'm likely going to be punished for physically and emotionally punished for reaching out for the support. And I was definitely too young to really even kind of contextualize that sort of thing. That was really more foundational. That that's how I thought. That's just how I
Mm.
thought things were, people were, and how the world worked.
Yeah,
Um, I
like
would
the
say
mm.
um the story I didn't want to tell about that teacher. And one other thing about her, she would leverage her apparent fucking right to not let me go to the bathroom more than once a day. And I would end up pissing myself. And so I would wear extra long t-shirts and learn to not call attention to myself to hide it because I had no recourse. I learned that unless I had an understanding of how other people were going to handle this, I had no recourse. I couldn't um do anything about it. I found out later in life my dad thought she was just this teacher I didn't like, and my mom was complicit. She helped enforce some of the shit because she didn't know exactly all the things the teacher was doing. Um but I was afraid to say because some of the times I said things, it came back to haunt me. Not directly from my mother, but maybe my mother would talk to some of the other people in my support staff and it would get misconstrued.
Gosh, big hug.
Yeah, those are the three big. Those are kind of the three. I guess that's five or six, but that yeah, two each. But no, five. I only left listed one for my father, but um, sort of three. Three people, three periods. Chipping away at the faith I thought I could place in people.
Yeah, it's like I think sort of the good enough parent, like especially when the child is sick, pays like close attention and comforts the child and like cares for them, makes sure that they're always there, they always have like enough to eat and enough to drink, and especially when like eating is difficult and the appetite's low, tries to make like special food that is particularly easy to eat and particularly uh
That's a
like
good one.
yeah,
I was expected to eat whatever my mom put in front of me. Um, that's a really good example of projection. She grew up really poor and wanted me to be grateful for the food we have, and she enforced that quite directly. She would, as early as 3 or 4, she would swat me with that spoon and then shove food in my screaming mouth to force feed me. So quite the
mm,
opposite of that. an extreme version of the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Needing her to be that was not tolerated.
Hmm. Yeah, seems like yeah, the exact opposite of a good enough parent. Did you also like take on her expect like when she accused you of crocodile tears, did you like take that on, or were you like, no, that's bullshit and I have no way to prove it, but you knew that it's bullshit, or
Yeah, I knew it was bullshit and I had no way to prove it. It just like it taught me more the lesson of like my pain and suffering will garner
hmm,
no respect or sympathy at all, and I have to get that support and care another way,
hmm.
perhaps manipulatively.
Yeah, I suppose that's also a difference between I know, maybe standard NPD or some other personality disorders, and probably something more sovereignism flavored that some people would probably like take this on and be like, oh, apparently I am evil. Apparently I am uh, so so bad and shameful and so manipulative, and then they would like try hard to like be a different person or something and feel bad about themselves and hide this part of themselves that doesn't actually exist, and like build up a lot of core shame around that, and like kind of I don't know, you kind of knew who you are already to some extent. You just didn't have a way of existing.
Yeah, well, the way I internalized it was I guess I took it as more like I wasn't good enough at being the good kid, at behaving and controlling myself well enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um and I at that point identified already with trying to be in control of myself. My mom had been setting the seeds for that pretty early. Um And no, that is that the thing is some of that is at odds with my deeper self. I want to be more free-spirited, even if as an adult I like taking on the value of self-determination, but I want it to play nice with my free-spirited nature. I want it to enable that or just come out in places it makes more sense, like a career or deciding or deciding the buck stops with me on my car being fixed today, kind of thing. Um, uh, so instead, I internalized these things in a good way that was unhealthy. I internalized these things and viewed them as good, but it was unhealthy for me.
Hmm.
I think that's something you were getting at before, but it's kind of hard for me to contextualize some of that really early stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying like generally when I see all of these different adaptations in people, I'm like they're useful for some things. They're kind of mostly not useful in the given situation that the person is in, but like I want to in particular have the freedom to move between them as the situation requires and not be like locked into one particular pattern or to misinterpret the situation and then pick the wrong pattern.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that like the core issue with it being a person, not the core reason it ends up this way, not the foundational reason, but the core issue of a personality disorder is that rigidity, right? Um uh like if you don't have that rigidity, it's not a personality disorder, it's in the neurotic
Hmm.
realm. It's more situational. It's more from emotional reactivity. It doesn't necessarily go splash damage your entire life. Uh
Yeah, like one friend of mine would be like the perfect soldier or something, or the perfect like spy or something of the sort. but like the country is not at war. There is no war. It's just like
Yeah,
great
yeah.
adaptation for that environment.
There's um there's a trope in ASP decoded characters, and it mirrors something in myself and mirrors um some characters a friend has written from having experience with people with personality disorders, and and to a lesser degree some people I know that only have NPD of this hypercompetence, right?
Hmm.
And in general, like, if I'm good at my job, I can manage all these other things in my life and I have less to worry about. And then that allows one to sidestep other emotional needs. In two ways, because the other way is like gaining something emotionally from having that control and that hypercompetence. But it's also avoidant. You know,
Mm.
my one friend, he wrote a story of this non-binary character that was a hypercompetent, excellent soldier. And since they poured themselves entirely into that life, you know, they don't necessarily have a big life outside of that. They don't have to care about all of those deeper holes in themselves and those other struggles. And I've been guilty of that. Um, um, Focusing on my competency and my success in a career at my job, or in my ability to maintain a household or whatever. And then that's sucking up my whole life. The difference is, I would still be driven nuts and lonely and bored and shit. But
Mm.
it still functioned in an avoidant way.
Yeah, I think this is sort of where I draw the line between like tiers one and two in my like narcissistic spectrum system, where people at tier one have like mostly borderline traits, and sometimes they find like a little bit of something that they're good at to latch onto to build like a false self to hide behind, um, or hide within. And but that only lasts for a couple of weeks or maybe a year or so, because they can never find something that they're just stably that good at that they can keep it up. Whereas in tier two, the person has found something that they're stably good at, like this soldier, for example, so that they can actually hide in that shell permanently for maybe their whole lives.
Or at least semi-permanently, right? I did that that was part of my man mask, my male persona of
Mm-hmm.
the mechanical hypercompetency. Um,
Mm-hmm.
with being a mechanic and then a machinist. And that's a way transition started to make me look at myself and especially how I was treated in those environments. Machine shops are astonishingly culturally stagnant. It's
Mm-hmm.
really weird to be in like 2023 and be in a place where you encounter the 80s flavor of homophobia.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and just not feeling like I fit in a place like that, and that feeling to start to happen, and going, I need to find a different path. That's why I've gone like, um, that's why I've pivoted to trying to have a career in sales, for a variety of reasons. But for a long time, I was able to lean on that. I was able to fix everything in my house. I was able to fix everything in my life. I was able to always make money fixing or making something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. I mean, you already touched on that when you mentioned that you want to become or want to be more free-spirited. But in general, like like who do you want to be? Why do you want to be that person?
Two things. I guess there's two big broad, um, let me think. Um, Directions. One is embodying my creativity, and the other I would say is embodying my playfulness. And with creativity, I would ultimately like to be an inventor. Like my longer term goal, if I get a decent sales job, I could finance building my own little machine and fabrication shop. And and then this is now an example of both. I would then finance that shop by being a job shop, taking on individual things that companies would contract me to. I would like to use that to invent things, but I'd also like to make it a space, especially for queer people, but not exclusively. Just there's not a good environment for people to enter the skilled trades, and there hasn't been for a long time, as much due to how our current flavor of capitalism works. No company wants to put in the time to have one of their old heads teach the new person. Um, and lingering attitudes from that, from these people not naturally wanting to teach and being too wrapped up in their pride and not wanting to share any of that hard-won knowledge. And so like even if you're very macho and masculine, right? It's still not a good environment for that. And then if you're not
Mhm.
macho and masculine, um, but someone's willing to teach you, it's also not a good environment for that. And it's not even that like people will be like that in that environment. It's exclusively that. It can often be the only tolerated attitude because it'll be how a
Mhm.
lot of toxically masculine men judge competency through proxy of how you project your confidence,
Mhm.
how they judge trustworthiness. Um, and so I'd like to be able to give that back. I know more than one person. I know two people personally who have the aspiration locally of building a garage that people can come and use the facilities. There's precedence for that. There was this PBS radio show called Click and Clack um Car Talk. And
Mhm.
earlier in their life, they made a shop that was like that. And it didn't make them much money, and that wasn't the goal. They were enjoying helping people work on their cars by there's now a shop available, and now there's experts that can keep them from making basic mistakes or teaching them the finer things. And but with some of this um less service oriented, you could say, kind of skilled labor, um of these trades, there's really nothing for that with making something, with welding, machining, sheet metal work, fabrication. There's there's nowhere to go but just like buy some stuff and go on YouTube. And you can do that with a welder. And you can do that with maybe a small sheet metal bender. But a cheap lathe is thousands of dollars if you buy a lathe big enough to actually make something. You can buy baby lathes that are hundreds or a little over $1,000. But, you know, you're not going to make anything that's bigger than like an inch and a half wide and a few inches long. Your project space, it could never be more than an addition to something else. It would be very hard to really make a bunch of components for something or contribute to something like make something from let's say a vintage car or a vintage appliance, a vintage um whatever, like if it's any longer than a certain length or any wider than a certain width, you can't make that part and you can't contribute back. And makers alike have those kinds of interests and passions, right? A lot of makers are just like, wow, I just wish I had a lathe. And I would
Yeah.
like to have it both for myself and other people. But
Mm.
I'm still trying to flesh out what I want to do, how I want to embody my playfulness. Some of that comes out in just like socially carousing in the personas I deliberately project, very much more deliberate nowadays. Um, the outfits I pick, the kinds of things I try, the kinds of get-togethers I try to make happen. Um, uh, it's pretty deliberately coordinated because I want to um one of the things I want there is I want to try to dare somebody to be their most themselves they can be.
Yes.
Um, and learn to dare to be and learn to dare themselves to be that. Like, when I give you my wisdom, that's genuinely what I hope. I hope that you internalize it not only as one individual way of looking at things, but as a whole attitude of seeing the ways that either like passive or active cruelty of, let's say, capitalism can, or social constructs can witness upon us to defy that as much as yourself for other
Mm.
people.
Mm.
Um, and
Mm.
a more abstract version of that is I meet a lot of queers that are, well, not even just queers. I meet a lot of people that are worried about taking those first social steps
Mm.
because they're worried about making the other person uncomfortable. And I'm like, that other person is also worried about being making you uncomfortable. You are both anxious about the exact same thing at once. And if you have that awareness, you can help that other person through that anxiousness and yourself at the same time and unlock that and also be more each other and together than you could otherwise. And that's just like from how we are as humans and how the kinds of traumas we've gotten from the kind of society we're in. In my view, it does still come back to society. Like there's aspects of that in some Asian cultures. The trope where um the American kid with Asian parents can't come home with anything less than an A on their report card than a near perfect score, and they internalize that shame in a certain way. So there's different cultures that emphasize different aspects of this. And so we are unintentionally reinforcing that upon ourselves individually and collectively. And I think this is something that, at least my approach is to give the person the power to overcome it in their own individual self and help one other person overcome it in their individual self. And um that's one of the aspects of my free spiritedness that
Mm.
I can see that kind of thing happening where we unintentionally limit ourselves and hurt ourselves and hold ourselves back just from the confluence of all of these things.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I have definitely in the past been very inspired by people exactly in the way that you mention, and you've also been inspiring for me in exactly that way. That I can confirm that that's extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
How much more energy do you have for more questions?
for now, plenty. I know we don't want to go on for literally ever, but plenty. It
Let's continue.
seems like you're in the mood.
Yeah, so the next one would actually be, like, I think you've touched on this a bit, um, about like different personas. You have like these these nice names for them. Muse of Neon, Mistress of Machine. What's it called? Fae of Misadventure? What's the pronunciation?
Yeah, something like that.
What
So,
do they correspond to? Like, who are they? What do they represent?
so I have like three core aspects of like my most disavowed self or parts of myself that I didn't feel comfortable expressing in a feminine way.
Hmm.
And they're my playfulness, um, my creativity. I always forget a third one. I'm gonna go get my notes because I always forget it. Uh, oh, its own file.
April has a cool AI generated group photo for this.
Oh man, I get why she would too.
Yeah, should have picked
Um,
one.
curiosity.
Ah, yeah, that's one that I definitely resonate with.
Yeah. And so let's say the Muse of Neon is that social persona of and they're basically each two of these three things at once. Um and that actively social persona. The one
Hmm.
and I would say that's playfulness and creativity. Creativity with your appearance or what you want to do with people, and just being playful in how you're a person with other people. Um, Mistress of Machine is creativity and curiosity, trying to um, you know, Bill Nye was that, right? Like that kind of thing, but for more hands-on stuff. Like I call that a aspect of that is calling a lathe the altar of angular momentum. And I have a very like it's very I'm not a spiritual person, but it hits that part of me. It feels very spiritual to me. This like machine tools, I view them as true meta tools. They're built to modify themselves and they're built to make parts for themselves, to make other parts for other things. They're a um so like if you the way this comes out in a practical sense, even in this big giant um machine, it was 5 feet, so like 2.8 meters wide, 60-inch chuck on it that could spin hundreds of times a second, hundreds of times a minute, and big enough that it's two big doors and you walk in it and you can sit down on it. Um, even that had a prescribed way to disable every safety on the machine in case you have to do something outside of the usual. Um, And there were examples that we needed to do that. There was one permanent example where the door alarm was permanently disabled. Um, because there's stuff when you're doing it slower or you're just touching the tool off gently, seeing the number on it to make the measurement of like this is my relative 0. Not my literal zero at the bottom of the machine, at the bottom of the chuck, but this is like I will count zero downwards from here into the negative. And stuff like that. Like, no, you have to have it open and look at it. And it was also a weird new machine for the company, and they were diagnosing all sorts of problems. And you need to just be able to open the door and look at what you're doing, or maybe even touch what you're doing. And another one is we modified the chuck. Well, no, we bought another chuck, a four jaw chuck, a three jaw chuck. Typically, all three jaws will go in and out simultaneously. On an automated machine, it'll do it with hydraulics or pneumatics. On a manual machine, you do it with this key a turn. A four jaw chuck, they're independent. And either you can get it very precisely dead nut centered, or you could make it offset and do weird things. And so we modified one of those to go on top of the other chuck and bolt it down for when we needed that. And so we basically had to turn the chuck underneath of it off, and we had to go outside of the bounds of where the machine thought it was normally allowed to cut, that it would alarm out and say, "No, you're about to make a mistake. No, I'm not. I'm the boss. You're the tool." And all machine tools have this in common because they're the machines that build the machines that build the machines. And that's the kind of thing I like to embody. This like, isn't that freaking magical? Um, and the reason I then thus split this off into three pairs of two of these aspects is my least embodied part, the Fae of Misadventure, is um playfulness and creativity. Let's say in a practical sense of doing something like I don't know why, but my first thought is doing redneck dumb shit and blowing stuff up, but it can be more sophisticated um than that. Maybe b building something truly for the fun of it. Not just having fun fixing something or or let's say I wanted to write a novel just to get some of my emotions out. But just having fun with it. It doesn't matter if it does or never does reach somebody else. Just playful. Be playfully creative. And um and then the name also I want to embody the name is a synthesis between the inner and outer and how to embody that in other people because like sometimes in a non-malicious way it's fun to fuck with people or create interesting scenarios. There's like there's pranks you could do to somebody that like one time I was at that person I'm no longer friends with house when he still lived in Pennsylvania. And I had this vial of dissolved LSD and I was microdosed just enough to just be like a little ridiculous. And I rotated a bunch of the furniture in the house. And this did have a positive chaos aspect that it caused some of the things, they just kept it that way. It turned out to be better. But all the three different people in the house thought another person did it.
Rotated in what way? Like upside down? Like shelves
No,
upside?
like just like the kitchen table I rotated 90 degrees and it stopped being as big of a they had this one carpet in there that was a big pain in the ass. And now you could walk around the table easier and it fucked with the carpet less and moved a bunch of little shit around and like it's harmless and it's funny and it gives somebody to a puzzle about or laugh at. And but there also turned out to just be like practical like I don't know why we never did that before. Who did that?
Yeah, I love it.
Um, uh, I'm always afraid of getting carried away with stuff like that. Um, for a ton of different reasons in a ton of different ways. And my fear of myself, I guess, is what holds me back from that. Like, one aspect of that would be like, let's just climb this thing. One, I wanted, there was this, out in Ypsilanti, there's this, it's called Frog Park, I think. And there's this, causeway, this pathway over the water. But where it intersects, the three of them intersect. It's like a tridge.
What's a trinch?
Well, a bridge would be two, right? Kind of making up a word. These three
Oh,
pathways meet up in the middle, but underneath, near where they intersect, is this island, actual Frog Island, this little tiny island. And I could probably get down there, and if I'm wearing the right footwear, if I can't find a way to get back up, um, the water's shallow enough I could probably get back out. But I'm just like, let's just do that. And there's impulse that's verging on the like, that's kind of dangerous, Tiffany. Or at least go there with a plan and the right footwear while wearing shorts in the summer. You know, because there's ways for it to work out right. There are two ways I could get down there, and then some of the trees were dead, and I could probably climb up one and get back on. But I need a plan B, and that urge within me wants to go. If you sit there worrying about plan B, it's just not gonna happen. And let's say with that friend's house, maybe I had to talk myself out of not flipping where the washer and dryer were, and I was starting to get into like um problematic things to fuck with in their house. Or let's
but
say
did you visit the Frog Island now, or didn't you?
not yet because I've just lived far away from there. And so
Oh,
I gotta wait till like spring. That's okay.
yeah. Okay, let me
Oh.
know what you do. Please take photos.
Okay, I will. Um, and so some of that's daring myself, right, to be more me.
Yeah.
The girl that climbs trees, right?
I do.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll hold myself back from that, being like, oh, that's not normal.
No, I even hop
That'll
like on
put
the
people
wall
off.
and then walk on the wall.
Yeah. I mean, that can be like out that can be weird hanging out with some people, but it's like I shouldn't totally limit myself. And some of those things are like more socially acceptable when you kind of just do it and you're not too weird about it. People are less worried or they're like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, it's okay. I'm having fun." And they
Yeah.
realize you're somebody they can't contain. I've never
That's
said it like that. I've never said it like that. Somebody they can't contain.
I don't know. For me, it has like a bit of a histrionic flavor. Like there was this university commons outside, like some outside area, and now hundreds of students eating there. And I was looking for some folks, and I noticed there was a wall that started at a staircase. That staircase was going down, so I could just step onto the wall and then walk around on that wall. At some point, it was like 2 meters high. Walk around that wall, have like a good overview of everything, and could look for those friends of mine. And then I realized it's actually really cool to be like the only person in my like bright neon colored clothing who's like walking on this wall in between all of the people who are eating, and everyone looked up to me. I was wondering what I'm doing there. And
Oh man,
I loved it.
I get that feeling too when I do badass things a girl doesn't normally do. Either from my like strength or my skill or even, even also just my like assertiveness and social confidence.
Yeah.
Um, that still feels more narcissistic to me most of the time. But there's also this like it's just this more mischievous part of me.
Yeah.
And I think this is a helpful time to like differentiate between the narcissistic and histrionic flavors. I guess like in a more histrionically flavored, I've limited myself from doing it in a more histrionically flavored and playful way by always tying it to my ego, you
Hmm.
know. So those are like I think that's pretty complete. Um those are I have, like subversions of those identities or whatever, but they're just all for like different scenarios. And we
Hmm.
talked about a lot of them.
When you're talking about alters, or like other specified dissociative disorder and like, I don't know, different parts, emotional parts or apparently normal parts, do those correspond to those personas or are these personas new ones that you're trying to cultivate, whereas you have some other parts that are still around or were until recently?
We have both going on. I synthesize those personas as a way to have more awareness and control, like not necessarily control, but to be more deliberate, um, and aware. I said aware already. And and again, to try to remind myself in times like that to embody my deeper self and to bring that out over time and to explore that part about myself, those parts about myself more deeply. But now I used to have DID. I had 7 alters, 7 headmates. Um, but nowadays it's mostly just child versus parent. I want to take a little tangent of like we do have a development thing that before we get into a full adult way of mode of thinking, that we do default to child versus parent, parent versus child. And then I read that the child mode can have a kind of at least for me, like a helpless or a like rebellious mode. Um but my child and parent, they also line up with oh yeah, my point is though that like those are things that are happening that have kind of like slotted into how my brain a brain and thus my brain would want to try to deal with those kinds of things. Like in this big bird's eye picture view, yeah, it can be more, it's technically conceptually more complex than that. But our brains have this way of doing it, and it has slotted itself in. And so it is thus helpful to think of it like this. At least to understand it first. Anyway, I have like my child and parent also will line up with victim and abuser, persecuted and abuser.
Mhm.
And that comes out. So that'll come out with my identity crises, like we talked about before, of when I'm not a little more organized, I will oscillate from between trying to do better in one way with all the control, like how my parents try to treat me. And then I'll feel like, oh no, I became too like my parents again. And either um flip into this feeling helpless self-pity state or this over rebellious state, you know, and and so I'm basically like, and so I've unintentionally, over the course of my life and the course of my healing, my recovery, I have unintentionally slotted, you know, the ways in which I've unintentionally become like my parents into one of those halves.
Mm.
And as part of my like difficulty with self-acceptance. And so I don't know, maybe you've picked up with it, picked up from it on it from talking with me of like when I'm more down and out about these things I've picked up from my parents and how they can come out in these extremes and negatives. Um and I'll be really focusing on my innocence that I've lost. Um it'll because I like did something wrong to somebody and I'm reflexively hating myself, hating that whole portion of myself. And I will tend to lose a lot of the lose touch with a lot of the positive aspects like the self-determination. And it'll flip around, when I'm more in that parent mode, I'll have that self-determination and whatever, but I can maybe take things too far on myself or another person, and then the cycle
Mm.
or the cycle continues. And sometimes it can split off a little heavier.
Mm.
Because it can almost feel like age regressing. I'll feel like a little freaking helpless child scared of everything in the world because my parents didn't help me face the world. They forced me to face the world. And that'll come out and it'll feel like this little kid just wearing I'm pretending to be an adult shell and having to and the truth of the matter is it's none of these extremes. I have some emotions or some emotions in some situations that are totally like toddler grade in their development, or I can get into a very toddler grade level of emotional maturity with some things.
Mm.
But that's not universally true, but in those moments you know, it'll feel like it. It'll feel like those extremes. Um
Yeah, does it feel like when you're in the parent mode that I don't know, there is like some part of you that's picked up a maladaptive way of being a parent from your parents, and then you're trying to be that kind of person, that kind of maladaptive parent for yourself in that mode, whereas in the other mode you're actually the child?
yeah, I get what you mean about like the flexive dyad thing. Well, it'll be reactive. Like or I'll be wanting to not be that. I guess it can go either way. Like I'll have done something that I would view as irresponsible and then reactively go into the parent mode to try and
Mm-hmm.
compensate for it. And I noticed this also reflects my like poorly developed system of connection. Um of like only ever really feeling like people are seeing me as a competent adult or or an incompetent child, and
Mm.
then having trouble seeing other people as anything other than either of the two. And um that's been another specific thing I've been working on because with that realization I can have just the simple, I want to be a better friend to myself, and there's a ton of nuance there because I can have the open question of what do I want that to be and why, etc. And
Mm.
there's a I'm really happy that that has like a really simple reframing that allows a lot of flexible nuance and a lot of
Mm.
can contain a lot of unknowns and a lot of uncertainty. Um
Yeah, like there's also like Uh, well, the parenting books, for example, unconditional parenting can like sort of convey an idea of what a good enough parent is like. And then like could be like this framing of like being a good enough parent for oneself or for the child, for example, to like replace the maladaptive parent mode.
yeah, well, I feel like I'm trying to move away from being so specific be of that because I've found my brain doesn't have a good way of seeing anything other than that. Like
Hmm.
I totally took the lessons from CPTSD work of reparenting, but in order to really redefine in my mind what reparenting myself is in a broader sense than that, I've had to go beyond the bounds of that scope and
Hmm.
change that and go, I want to be a better friend to myself.
Um, what was the acronym you just used? CB?
CPTSD.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm,
that
yeah, I misunderstood it. Yeah, the um like when did they used to be only those two, like the child mode and the parent mode, or is like when you say that the parent mode is something that you entered into reactively, then you must have been like in some kind of state, then the thing happened and you entered into the parent mode. So like that implies that there are like two modes or
yeah,
three
no,
modes, or how does it
there's the
work?
two there's three modes because the child mode I could feel rebellious or helpless.
Hmm.
But broadly parent child. No, I didn't really um I didn't really have a default there.
Hmm.
'Cause before my this journey started, before my recovery started and earlier on, the two ways I express that, one mirrors more nowadays where I'm trying to imbue that fun or helpful or releasing chaos. Um, and then the other one was taking responsibility for everything, the self-determination and the hyper-competence stuff. So, uh, those are still broadly still there. That's something I'm actively working on.
Hmm.
Even if I'm not like in an emotional extreme, it really like when you go big hug, right? My emotional reaction, instead of just like, taking that in, my first reaction was like, what are you pitying me? Why? Like you're a parent looking down on me. And it really stymies a lot of connection, even now. So like right now, like a lot of it isn't super relevant, but um it still gets in the way of connection.
Yeah. I've asked friends about this before. Like if they have like the strong negative reactions to uh any kind of warmth that is shown them, because otherwise they feel like pitied as if the other person sees them as weak or something. And yeah, then uh yeah.
It gives me that kind of anxiety of like What did I do? What did I do that would cause you to ask me if I'm okay? You
Yeah.
know, I don't have a really good solution for that yet at all. Not everybody reacts, not even I wouldn't say not well, but just like not helpfully. They don't know what to do with, "Hey, what did I do wrong that made you say that?" But some of that's because that's like again that's like the only way I have right now of like moderating how much vulnerability I have in a situation to ease into people. When people start um giving me all that comfort, because it can be for their own reassurance. They're worried they hurt me, and I have this very over specific way of managing my own emotions, and so then I have to start answering about how I feel before I'm really ready. And then if I don't want to do that, I don't know much what to do outside of trying to like
Hmm.
preempt or control the person's reaction to it. Um I really don't know have a lot of nuance or depth for this yet.
Yeah, with friends, you can agree on the certain codes or something to describe this in a few words. What's going on? I suppose you have these observe that like sometimes there are certain like cues that I can guess at what like state you're in, and then I react exactly like you said, ask you how you're doing, and then if you're like not ready yet to reflect on that, you could I don't know, tell me in a few words that I can understand.
Yeah. Yeah. And then like I let myself expound upon it later because like some of it's
Yeah.
just like it makes strong emotions or makes a ton of different things pop up in my head at once and it just needs a little bit even if I keep talking. And
Mm.
that does, vaguely mesh with an adult way of socializing, but it doesn't work with certain other personality types.
Mm. Yeah, I have a lot less going on usually emotionally, so um like I suppose for me it's not intuitive to um to anticipate that someone else has like a lot going on in certain situations where like the same situation would just there would like be very few emotions for me.
Gosh, my one friend who was really bad about it at first. The way she expressed it like that, she's just like, I never met somebody that like it's okay to be on the inside of them. And I'm like, actually, no, it's really bad to be on the inside of me, but I know what to do about it. And don't make me like let it out before I'm ready. Um,
Hmm.
and so that's not like an easy thing to answer in her limited viewpoint either. It's really, I really have a hard time understanding not how somebody could get that there are people like that in this world, but how that could become such a strong expectation that it is so likely that it is dangerous to let someone fall into themselves.
What is her viewpoint? I didn't understand it.
That she said it as that she hadn't met somebody that like the inside of them is safe. So what she meant by that is like that if she has to retreat into herself, she may need help being pulled back out,
Hmm.
right? Um, for a variety of reasons.
Hmm.
Whether their turmoil starts and is being held in, or no, she starts to close off and then doesn't open those things back up, whatever. That but again, my frustration is that with her. viewpoint, it also made it hard to explain that it is more nuanced with that in me. It can
Mm,
be a bad place on the inside for me, but I'm
mm,
adept and familiar with it. Um, so I couldn't say that's there either. At least I didn't feel comfortable yet. It was like,
mm. Yeah, I think one of my partners is like the person who like can only introspect in therapy sessions or shortly before therapy sessions because it's so overwhelming. And I think for me everything is like harmonious inside, so um that is actually like a safe place. And then like I suppose you just have the skill to work with that. It's another variation.
yeah, it can be a safe place inside of me. Um, but it doesn't have to be, you
Hmm.
know. Um,
Yeah. You mentioned having had seven altars at one point. Do you remember? Can you describe them? Did they have names?
they did. One was my name proper. One was Tiff. One was Jude. One was TJ. One was Cal. TJ became my really young self. Or I don't, it's hard to remember all of them. I know like one was the most of the positive aspects of my man persona, one was the interject from my dad, one was the disavowed parts of my femininity. Um, One was a mishmash of things. Like one thing that was going on was one of them would get split into five more. I noticed that there was a different transition between one of these five and one of the other two. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and eventually noticed one was an amalgam of the other. And then those two big ones. The other one didn't have any major splits in a way at all. It was just one half of the major split. And no, it's very hard to remember. I was pretty psychotic and chaotic at the time.
Mm,
It's just more like uh I had a lot of identity diffusion, a lot of identity fragmentation, and I was psychotic.
mm.
And
Was there like amnesia between them?
mostly no, but not
Uh-huh.
entirely, not entirely, because there was more sectioning off aspects of my life. Like if you notice when we're talking, it takes me a bit to get in the headspace to really think about and contextualize what my mother did to me. And then when I
Mm-hmm.
do that, I have to take time to kind of come back out to what my father did to me because those things have been. And then the stuff with that teacher, they like have lived in different places of my
Yeah.
life. So yeah, not as much that wasn't as much in the immediate life, but
Mm.
through to my deep past, yes.
Yeah, were there some that were like usually fronting and some that never fronted? Or how does that work?
Um, yeah, the more uh the one that was like the parts of myself that I could express femininely that had not been disavowed. Um, that fronted the most. The one that was not subdivided fronted plenty. Um, I'm having trouble,
Mhm.
because like the one that was the interject of my father came out the least, and but Um, yeah, it's a very hard time for me to put that kind of like identity stuff together. I was totally identity soup.
Yeah. Um, like one of them is named Tiff. Um, did you
Yeah,
like choose that one in the end? And or how did it work?
no, in going into myself, I realized I was split into a bunch of different pieces and realized I had no way of putting all of those together under the banner of my own name.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just the one that was closest aligned to who I was becoming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so quite different, but like sort of post-integration. You just picked up the name again.
Well, yeah, but I think that was pretty I think that was pretty inevitable.
Uh-huh.
Um yeah, 'cause like I picked my name late 2021 and I realized I had such a fragmented identity early 2022. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
um
when did you integrate?
late 2023 is when I was basically integrated. Like I could be stressed into fragmenting again, but
Mm-hmm.
I was broadly broadly integrated. Like now, like I can still like um be forced to feel all of my fear I'm disavowing all the fucking time and feel like a child and feel like that little girl again and terrified and I guess I'm less disavowing my fear nowadays and rationalizing around it.
Mm-hmm.
But working on that too. But um yeah, this child parent way of things is still it's still there.
Yeah.
And and there's still some things, like I said, it's hard for me to get in the mode to talk about what my mother did and then pull myself back out of that mode and think about the rest, even if they don't have named identities or they don't normally front per se. There's still integration going on.
Yeah. Were your parts all like broadly on board with the integration, or did that take a lot of like negotiation and convincing, or I don't know?
That took a lot of negotiation and convincing. There was
Mm-hmm.
there was overall consensus, but there more agreed than didn't, and some disagreed on what, why, and how. And it just came down to like, this isn't happening unless I use all of the parts of myself, and I'm not healing unless I have all the parts of myself. See, this is why. And they're like, oh. So it wasn't it was just like not being able to hold the fact that those things were disavowed and came out sometimes under the banner of myself for a while. Um, just like I really strongly identified with my man persona. And so transitioning gave me a major freaking identity crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just a lot of things that I had buried, or I had convinced myself that this is masculine, or and had convinced everybody else somehow. And uh I even had an initial reaction to that was then being averse to all my masculinity and flipping back between that and then seeing my femininity as weakness and being averse to it and stuff like that just fragmented me to pieces. I don't know, it was pretty inevitable for me to like fragment and then come back together, I think.
Hmm. Like, I think HRT also had like an interesting, unexpected effect on that. What had
Yeah.
happened?
So I was actually bullied into trying HRT. I went and hung out with this girl. I was on an encrypted group chat with a lot of people, myself and one other egg. But this one girl, she lived in this group home at the border in New Jersey, and I was bored, and I went and drove there. I was near there. I was at my friend's house in Philadelphia. And I go there and we do some shenanigans. And so she, I went into one of these modes where I was like talking about gender, but not acknowledging that I had feelings about it. And in only slightly nicer words, she was just like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I have a bottle. Try some. I have a bottle of gender if you're so curious. And my other friend, just like said, you know, one won't do anything. I'm like, you're right. And so I tried that, and it just started to get my brain chemistry better, and I started to connect with feelings, whether I wanted to or not. And initially, the way that showed is my feelings would resolve more often. Sometimes I would be stuck on something for days or weeks, if and so now it could be minutes or hours. But my capacity connect was still almost not there. And it actually made me much more chaotic and
Mm.
sometimes much more tyrannical and much my outbursts. It made my outbursts worse because my feelings were no longer something I was familiar with and were
Mm.
much more intense
Hmm.
even if they were easier to resolve most of the time. And eventually just it's like I had my egg crack in HRT, something like 9 months into HRT, 3 months after I picked my woman's name, I went, I have to allow myself to let my femininity to be as important to me as my masculinity and maybe more important. And I felt part of myself dying accepting that.
Mm.
It was so weird. It was very hard. Um, but yeah, that's the kind of realization that normally gets someone to try HRT. But I kind of needed my brain chemistry rebalanced um with HRT to get me there. Um, and the acid trip I picked my name on. That helped push things, if nothing more than like committing to a woman's name and pushing myself into that space where
Mm.
I can't, I'll only be able to deny it for so long, right?
Mm.
Um,
By pick the name, you mean like the complicated spelling or the Tiffany
yes,
spelling? Okay.
the complicated spelling and then being like, "Woohoo, secretly I'm Tiffany." Yeah, it was very egg mode stuff for being on HRT for 9 months. It
Very
was,
cool.
and nowadays I'm just Tiff or Tiff. I go by Tiff or Tiffany, and my true name is for the privileged few, quote unquote, and some of the anonymity that provides.
Yeah, cool. Um, yeah, I can see that. Like I had like I know, I went from extremely shallow emotions, sort of very rarely, a little bit, hardly in touch with them, to oh, I can actually like feel things in my body now, and I can distinguish emotions better. That's so cool. To like some limited access, I think. So, oh yeah, HRT has had the same effect on me, just on like a much lower scale somehow. So,
Yeah, it is really interesting. I think it's just because like of I think that's a part of our personality we have kind of in common of being at some distance with our emotions by
mm,
default, not disallowing ourselves from them, but
mm,
just like that's not where the steering wheel is, but it is where all the most important lights in front of the steering wheel are, you
yeah.
know, right? Um or at least some of them, right? There's half of the most important lights in front of the steering wheel are the emotions, but it's not the steering wheel. And
Mm,
and I definitely tend towards doing it that way. My I'm getting there in a similar place where I'm having these bouts of strong emotions, but then I'm um very um placid most of the time.
hmm
I wanted to say halcyon, but not quite so tranquil and peaceful per se. Just almost not much of anything going on there. Um that's a weird problem. Then I start getting in my head, I start thinking too much. And then I
Yeah,
create a
like
problem.
yeah, I had like a couple years ago, there was like this diagram of different types of emotions and different intensities of it, and I noticed like for me the whole anger thing was missing. I didn't have a lot of boredom either. I don't know, a bunch of things were just completely missing. But like for example, I don't know, guilt was one that was like super intense for me, and now I think I'm sort of just making it all similarly intense, trying to like equalize it a bit more. So it's kind of how I'm thinking
Yeah.
about it.
Mine, I've noticed that I don't want to change is a secondary emotion, fear and respect.
Mm-hmm.
That is the feeling of submission. I can only completely fake that. I remember doing that when the submissive person, the masochist I know, I'm just like, "Oh, will you please help me? Tell me what to do? Beat me? I can't do it. It feels weird. I don't have a submissive bone in my body." Um and I don't want to change that. Um I guess it'll just mean like if something like that happens, maybe I'll fear and respect somebody at the same time. And but then that makes apprehension instead. Because then
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing, when something like that happens, my fear gets shunted to anger or something similar. Um,
Mm-hmm.
either anger or disgust. And
Yeah.
anger's fine. I can deal with anger. Disgust is when I start losing respect for the person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like.
Um, because that's the same part of the pie slices that leads towards
Mm-hmm.
like shame and
Mm-hmm.
guilt and regret, and but you're thinking about that but the other person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like a whole thing about intent, right? Like me trusting the person's intent that I'm afraid of them because of like I don't feel safe, but not because they don't give a shit that what they're doing might be harmful to me. Like a misunderstanding or a mistake has happened, or I've misinterpreted something. And if I feel fear and it gets shunted to something else, it that makes it really hard to then go back, realize it was fear, and realize I am misjudging their intent, misinterpreting, or presuming their intent. Um, we were talking a lot about a lot about that, where the psychopathy, the ASPD aspects, um, at least for me, are often in these problematic ways of thinking. It kind of boils down to.
Mm,
Um, I've told people that whole part of me is from being accustomed to a permanent zero trust environment and somehow trying to survive in it,
mm.
right?
Mm,
And needing to operate, needing to do things that would normally require trust, and either faking it or giving it in a very tentative manner. And because I won't have that connection to lean back onto. And
mm,
so we were talking about this, the like this whole world of like, if I don't know how to, or I don't feel safe with connecting with people,
mm.
how do I navigate this world? What kind of world do I start seeing, you know?
Yeah, like the trust, I think, is one thing that, like, I remember that when I had this intense fear of, like, I don't know, like overstepping my status or something and then getting punished for that. I A thought that the probability was like 10% or so that I would get punished for it, and B thought that the punishment would be that I get expelled from society and die on the streets or something. And both of these things
Shame
come
is
together.
powerful.
Sorry?
Shame is powerful.
Yeah. And then I had like both. I dared more and more things over the past like year or couple years and learned that the probability that anything bad happens is like really low, hardly ever happened. But like I also learned, I think that was important, that if something bad happens, it can't harm me. Like I had this borderliner friend who actually like I don't know shamed me or attacked me for something that like was exactly my trigger, and then that turned out to be completely harmless. Like it actually happened, and I did not die on the streets. And so I think both of these like are important. That like you can learn to trust people again. You learn that you're not in this low trust environment anymore, that some people are trustworthy. But also B, that if someone does betray you, that you can survive that and that oftentimes nothing bad happens as a result. Is that, yeah, does that connect?
Yeah, and I think a lot of, like what I said before, I think a lot of that is me just disavowing any feelings of fear, right? Because like I don't recognize it as that at first.
Mm. Yeah, exactly.
And so I can't negotiate with myself. Like I said, it gets shunted
Mm.
to
Anger.
anger or disgust or something, or disappointment.
Mm.
And because that feels like that's something I can do something about it. And I'm trying to learn a framework that I'm not viewing everything as the way I handle it as control. Because like, for instance, the way you handled that was not control. Control would have probably made things worse. Like one simple way I try to tell myself is just like, it's not socially helpful for people to have a big issue with everything you do frequently, let alone all the time. It's not going to happen. And so from
Mm.
that, people will tend to be conciliatory or or look for a solution. And but I do still have some fear of social isolation from overwhelming people or harming them.
Mm.
And that comes back to my fears of getting better and stuff.
Fear of?
Fear
getting,
of not getting better, rather.
yeah.
Not getting better enough. That some things just like have become either too innate or even just fearing that it's gonna take forever. That like
Mm,
um the experiences I need to learn the comfort and learn the strategies will take so long that oh oh yeah, I'll feel happy and safe in my 60s or 70s. That's totally worth it.
mm. Yeah, no, like a friend of mine thought so. Rick, like the usual timeline is like 2 to 4 years, and a friend of mine even started her recovery in her 50s, well, 49 or so, I think, but basically 50s. And just like the NPD part, it's mostly, she mostly overcame within like 1 or 2 years or so. And then there was like a whole bunch of like particular CPTSD triggers that she needed to work on and a bunch of other things, sort of a bit of a long tail, but I think after like 8 years or so, most of that stuff was overcome. So she kind of put it at 8 years, and I think there was even a gap in between, so she didn't even work on everything continuously.
My big thing, I know you have a question for this in there, but that I just want to be able to like hold down a job, have a space of my own, um, that sort of thing. And and then maintain some friends in the
Hmm.
meantime. And from my own past experience of being me, it and how difficult it was, how difficult it's been, it it makes it feel like it could take an incredibly long time to get to that point where like I have a hard time imagining holding down a job and a place of my own and a car that's not almost as old as me with over 200,000 miles giving me expensive problems all the time. I have a hard time imagining that being true at the same time as a lot of other things not worked on much more thoroughly and deeply. And I imagine it has to be true, though, that I'll get to a point of financial and personal stability with still um tons of work to do, but not, you know, um but
Hmm.
it's hard for me to imagine what that looks like.
I think at some point you enter a bit of like a positive feedback loop where your environment becomes safe enough and stable enough that that's like giving you much more space and more stability. And then like you get also like more positive reward from making progress internally. Then there's this thing that as the emotions feel more listened to, more attended to, they become more manageable, and then people can't hurt you as much anymore either, because the emotions are so much more tame. And yeah, so I think at some point there's this like runaway positive feedback loop that just catapults someone onto the neurotic level.
I'm hoping I'm basically in that sort of situation. The people I'm living with, and also my personal decision I broke off with my engagement with Riley, and then I broke up with them. Just like I can't I can't survive and tolerate the permanent repeated whiplash of doing something that hurts them and uh feeling helpless to change
Hmm.
and then coming back from that. And that was a tough decision to make, but I have the feeling it's instrumental. I would have never made a decision like that because if I had in the past, I would have cut them out of my life. I wouldn't have been able to tolerate having them around. Or or even if I would, I just wouldn't want to. I'd want to move on. And so I'm keeping this person around in my life and trying to grow a different kind of friendship and relationship with them.
Mm.
And I'm open to the future and stuff. And um it feels pivotal. Feels like it will
Yeah.
grow into something. Even just the deliberateness that kind
Mm.
of decision being made.
Mm. Yeah, like these things that hurt them, are they specific to the like favorite person dynamic so that if you have a different kind of relationship, they would not hurt so much anymore?
I don't think so. The stakes just feel lower.
Mm.
Um, I feel like I have to be less perfect,
Mm.
quote unquote, right? It's easier to hold myself to a more reasonable standard.
Mm.
And then it's also more easy for me to hold them to a more reasonable standard. And then it's also like telling myself I could survive without being engaged to somebody, right?
Mm.
And that's important too. I think that's the really big important part. Those first part is like more helping me manage and heal symptoms, but this is something new.
Mm. Yeah, I think previously we've mostly talked about like features of avoidant attachment, but this seems to be more like you overcoming preoccupied attachment.
Yeah, with certain people, I'll get very clingy with,
Hmm.
right? It's in other words, there's a threshold. I'm default avoidant because I have trouble not obsessing over somebody once I'm attached to them.
Ah, like I think I would call it avoidant when you don't trust people, like when you're when like these old patterns, or I don't know if that still happens, but when like these old patterns come up where you used to grow up in sort of a zero trust environment, and so that is something that just induces avoidant attachment. I think when like the avoidance comes from a place of like consideration of like what dynamics you would otherwise enter into, then I wouldn't class that as avoidant attachment.
Interesting. One thing that confounds it is the due to it being zero trust, I'd have to be in situations where um I needed something from somebody practically or emotionally, but I needed to somehow mediate not really being emotionally connected or available to them. And it made my boundaries very porous, but then with that lack of connection, I wouldn't have as much of an issue just writing most people out of my life. Not all, there would be exceptions. And so like somebody recent my friend Athena, one of her roommates, I left some of my leftovers in their fridge, and one of their roommates didn't think to check and just ate it. And I took that so personally. I
Mm.
caused fucking problems for these roommates. And I was happy to deal with all of the complexities that added to being a girlfriend of Athena's and then just a friend. And then eventually I stopped talking to Athena too. I handled it by just like going, all right, enough of this shit. And I have Um, Trying to change that pattern. I've made amends with the housemates. Um, and I'm just trying to have a normal friendship with Athena instead of having to
Mm.
date her to feel like there's enough mutual obligation that I can trust her and she can put up with me.
Mm.
So I don't know. I'm not sure that falls cleanly on any of those lines.
Well,
We
you're
know,
recovering, so you're recovering, so it
yeah,
makes sense that like you have the old pattern of the avoidance and distrust and um yeah, I don't know, dismissiveness perhaps of some
th-
people, and the new pattern of like actually I know better now and I can overcome it.
yeah. But there's also, I think there's this hypothesis people have had of disorganized attachment being you have one and then you're forced to do the other sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense. And the attachment center of your brain literally goes haywire there. And
Mm.
that's why because because the comfort feels scary.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was probably always high on preoccupied attachment, but then in high school, but yeah, in high school, I decided at some point to like give up on avoidant attachment. Like I was very paranoid and didn't trust people. And at some point, I was like, nope, I think the opportunity costs of all these like lost connections is too high. I'd rather want to be hurt a bit more often and in turn not lose out on those connections. And so I doubled down on the preoccupied side as opposed to the avoidant side. So yeah, like I think in that case I was probably already quite preoccupied and was just sort of, I don't know, using avoidant attachment from time to time as necessary.
Yeah, it's
So probably.
like without understanding the healthier version of it, only seeing the only solution you seeing at the time is the extreme, right?
Mm,
Because you didn't really know what something more nuanced looked like.
yeah.
Um and I don't know, I've always tried to manage myself and my connections so manually. I um Like I just all I can say is I know that with the right person I get really clingy, but um outside of that it could be just obsession. It could be just as shallow as obsession for attention or something more. Um or it could be I force myself to be closer to the person because they are good enough friend to me or I do need something from them. And that all sounds really haywire to me and I don't know what to make of it.
Mm. Yeah. Well, I definitely empathize with the with the preoccupied side of it. Yeah, like
Yeah, I care about Riley a lot,
mm,
you know? I was really
yeah,
tired of hurting them.
yeah. I just had a chat with a friend who probably also has like high preoccupied attachment and seems to have just dated someone for a couple months or for a month. Probably has this organized attachment, probably borderline, and yeah, is also in this like she totally loves him, but it's not working. It's just a constant push and pull.
That's uncomfortable. That's a shame.
Mm. Yeah, I was also wondering, like, in the context of the seven altars that you mentioned, you also mentioned to me at one point that you had the state where you were able to like dissociate from all altars at the same time, where you were basically in a no self state, identityless state, and I was curious what that felt like, whether you had like any kinds of preferences in that state, how you interpreted your perceptions. Sense perceptions and such.
Uh, um, that was there for a couple of reasons. So normally when I'm in that state, it's been because I really form myself around the objective I'm after. So either I'm like so overwhelmed, that I'd be like psychotic or too dissociated already. I'm then like forcing myself to operate a certain way. Or kind of the other way around where I realize there's one objective I need to achieve irrespective of what's going on with me. Well, so the first one I would be much more conscious about like what things I'm doing. I'd be very OCD about it, very OCD about like um all of my actions and goals and following through on them and still forming myself around those objectives. But a more extremified state, um that's probably actually more chaotic, but a more extremified state is like everything's going wrong and this one or these five things like the times I've had to move in an emergency and all sorts of things are going on around me and just whatever I have to do, whoever I have to be at work, whoever I have to be to the people that let me borrow this thing I need, um whatever I have to do to get myself up at the right time to do this, whatever I form around the objective. And then an even more narrowed version would be gray rage because that's the objective for me. That is usually the objective of survive, right? And in all of those states, I'm trying to actively manage or completely suppress any and all of my impulses and reactions. Um, um, I think that the first one where I would just be really stressed and I would have to function even though I was heavily dissociated. That's the one that can still exist nowadays. I will I used to default towards that sort of hyper-competence mindset. Um I think partly of like I didn't want to show anybody anything was going wrong. Um I didn't want to like have those feelings exposed and then have to freaking deal with them. I didn't in the other state it's just I guess it's just like a different kind of I need to still function, right? It's like an emergency is happening and I feel like there's emergencies going on inside me and I do know better that I can do it and I'm just like I'm telling myself, nope, I just have to do these things. And that was more of like being my own hero or being a hero to somebody to save the day sort of mindset. And I just feel when I've been in gray rage, when I come out of it, the best way I could describe what I was like in that state is just like a very sentient, caged animal. Um, like when I thought that somebody was going to try and commit me into a mental health ward, and then I did something worthy of that. I told her that if you even try, I'll fucking kill you right now. And whether I was bluffing or not, it took like half an hour before my adrenaline came back down and I realized like the fucking scar that could leave of just doing that. And I was just like, "Oh my God." And that person broke up with me the next day.
Yeah. Mm.
That's interesting to note. I've seen people like they dissociate and then they can't do anything, and I'm like, wow, you've had the grace, the fortune of your life to like when you can't dissociate, you get to not function. Good for you.
Uh, no, I, I've tried to like scan my memory for vaguely similar instances, and I think I go into some kind of hypervigilance, workaholic type of mode or something.
Yeah, that's kind of like what the first one is.
Um,
When I'm just like so stressed, I'm dissociating and I have to keep all the moving parts in my life moving anyway. I'm just like,
mm,
let's say with machining, like I can't not have my brain working. Um, or with sales, I can't be dead there as a person. The thing I'm there for, I'm paid for is my personality, etc. I can't show up and be like just there. It's the jobs I've had are not those kinds of jobs. And
mm,
so, um, and I've thought about this, but most of the time I have, for better and worse, I have parts of my life, the aspects of my life are like that, and that like, um, they're harder, they can be hard to maintain, when I need to give myself rest.
mm.
Um,
When you say dissociated in this context, do you mean does identity dissociation, where you are like separate from any and all alters, or do you mean depersonalization, where you like feel separate from your body?
it starts as it's when it gets more extreme than the first one because, um, it would be hard in a state like that for me to answer anything about like what I actually want as opposed to
Hmm.
need. Um, and uh, like I'll have to fully intellectualize who and what I am and what I have to do to continue being that in each individual person's life. So, like, I'll have an understanding of identity, but I won't have any feel for it or any intuition for it at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, I think when people live their whole life in that state and don't know anything else, then identity is like a very fleeting thing that's just sort of briefly, I know, imprinted on them by another person.
Yeah, like it can for me, in the past, to some degree now too, but like, um, it can just feel who the person expects me to be.
Yeah.
And that has been my way of understanding like connection and friendships and
Mm.
relationships. And it's very narrow. It's like it's not even like that information isn't prescient, that it isn't useful and relevant, but it's very narrow.
Yeah. It's basically like, I don't know, the line between like people pleasing and psychopathy is probably a bit blurry.
Blurry. Yeah. Yeah, because psychopathy leans you towards being agreeable so that you're always in a good state with the people that you want to be. And when you compromise when you're willing to compromise your values to keep certain things going, um, or apathetic about compromising your values, like not really considering it at all,
Mm,
um, you will do things that are people pleasing, but like, at least for me, yeah, since I'll interpret that as the obligations I have to the person or their expectations of me. I'll also only see them as seeing, um I'll also only understand obligations from them and my expectations of them, and it'll really limit how much
Mm-hmm.
of the depth of the person I can understand or experience. Um,
Yeah.
and it is funny. It is funny that like somebody like that can then just like cut somebody off. Just go, you're gone. And that's that like porous zero trust
Yeah. Well,
thing,
that.
not having any sort of real intuition on how to navigate
Mm.
any of that and having to intellectualize all of it.
Mm. Yeah, it was like a weird experience for me when some like bosses of mine, let's say, who like they had some expectations on me and I delivered on those expectations. Okay, great. And then suddenly they had like a complicated interpersonal conflict and I tried to mediate between them and I like literally had to like constantly I heard them say something and I had to think, okay, how
Ugh.
would I feel about this if a friend of mine had told me that? Okay, how would I respond to a friend of mine? Let's say exactly those words because like it was like having this hierarchy differential and at the same time having to do friendship things was like very manual for me.
Is that part of the preoccupied attachment too? Like, for me, if it's with me or the boss, or a boss and another person, and I can see that it could affect me in a way later, you know, I'll want to intercede in some way and try and help the situation. Um, that sense of control. Because preoccupied attachment can lean you towards that control, right? Where you you worry that it'll be the end of the world, so you want to solve those feelings they're having, and you don't realize that's what you're doing.
Mm. Yeah, it was like a very conscious decision in that instance. I was already interested in all this stuff, and they had the conflicts. I was like, yep, sure, I can help with that. Not the first time. So I think that didn't come from preoccupied attachment. Um, but yeah, no, it was just a strange situation consciously because I didn't cast them in the role in which I had previously cast people that I had helped, which was like a friendship kind of role, very equal. And they had been like in this boss role where I just seemed extremely separate to me. And yeah, so was
Now
as
you
if I
know now
yeah.
you know why I'm like trying to make my idea of roles like more fluid and nuanced.
Yeah.
For me it's to have something deeper than the the inward going, the teleological understanding, and the transactional way of thinking. But
Mm,
for you, there is some level of transactionalism that
yeah.
that is healthy too. Like a boss, you know, the bosses should not expect you to do things that aren't your job. But um,
Mm,
when we get stuck in roles, we also limit the role we will be. Um, Not that like that role is bad, but just what our
mm.
idea of our role of that role is, we'll still be doing that idea if we can't see outside of roles.
Yeah, exactly. And I would just be doing the, I don't know, teleological thing again, where like if the boss seems grumpy, then I'd be like, oh, I must have like, I don't know, not delivered on some expectation, or I must have disappointed, or I don't know. I would
When they
maybe
could
go
just be
to, oh,
having
this person is like a person and has a partner, and maybe they have like, I don't know, some conflict at home, or I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
they could just be being grumpy and happen to also be your boss.
yeah, exactly.
They're also a person, yeah.
Kind of like makes this less intuitive for me. I would probably like not immediately think of it because of the like power differential or something, yeah. Or these roles, yeah. You also mentioned like you just used the term, well, just I don't know, 10 minutes ago, the term operate to to describe how you like operated your body or something when you were how you operated yourself when you were in that state. Was that like a deliberate choice of a word? Because Emmy Thomas
Yeah,
observed that a lot of folks there are a lot of
yeah.
folks that she's interviewed have described themselves as operating themselves.
Yeah, like let's say a situation just like that, right? And I think my boss is upset with me, and I'm like, okay, whoops, I made a mistake. To what degree and what kind of um guilt or shame do I want to project? Okay, that kind. Now I know that kind. Um, let's let's act that out. Act out those actions and those feelings that I think that they're going to expect from me from what's going on. So, uh, if I can make up a scenario in my head, I can do it. Um, like, it, if I imagine that you think I'm stuck in the Mirrorverse, right? And, I'm having trouble handling the self-doubt that that's giving to just go, oh, really? And then, and it's like unraveling my thoughts and not letting me wrestle control back on myself. Like I'm getting insecure from it. Um, and um, I'd be like, okay, don't show the insecurity, but continue to show interest and continue to show curiosity. Mirror mode, you mean the thing we talked about when I get stuck in being the person I think someone needs to be, right? That thing. And I have this cheery because I've been trying to be pretty unmasked here, but this cheery like inviting. I want to be inviting. And that'll be as much for my emotions as you maybe, and that if I'm like trying to manage my insecurity, right? Um but let's say my boss. Let's say I fucked up another expensive part. And I'm like, I don't know how I did that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just you know what? I don't do these big things that often, and I think I read the wrong part of these calipers again. Look, it's not going to happen again. I know it's happened more than once, but I didn't really understand why I was doing that before. And so in the middle of that, I'm thinking of like shifting from um showing care and shame and then going to like how am I being accountable and then transitioning that to confidence. And I don't know if that came across, but I am like playing back through my head something I had to do before.
Yes, I didn't see the confidence.
You didn't?
Where was it?
It was at the end. It's just like, yeah, no, I know what the problem is, so I'm just gonna triple check it in that way. I'll keep it in mind. It's not gonna happen again.
Mhm.
Because I'm like expecting him to still be upset too. And like you still gotta the impulse is to still also react to that. And
Mhm.
it's annoying. Or let's say something bad happens at work and yeah, that's more complicated, but then I could shift completely from that mode and maybe be on a call with somebody and be like, what do you mean? No. I've got everything handled at work. Please don't bother me with that right now. Stop it. I have enough going on. All right, and so do you.
Yeah, I sometimes notice like that my psychopathic friends kind of over apologize for some things and
Yeah.
you know, well, why? Why is this happening?
Because we're totally unsure of how the trust is broken and what the fuck to do to restore it. And we're unsure of how honest we need to be. Because sometimes it's been like, it has been kind of negligence. And sometimes it's just showing weakness of just like, in that scenario, I was just stressed out and not sleeping right, etc. And just,
Hmm.
and nowadays it could be like, I'm sorry, I guess like I need another monster. I don't want to say like I'm falling asleep at the wheel, but don't worry, it won't happen again. And, or something like that, you know. Because it doesn't feel like that person is gonna care about any of my fucking adult reasons for getting into that. That it feels like all I'm gonna be there for them is the machine that runs the machine.
Mm, yeah, no, like I actually like I care, of course, about like my friends when I chat with them, and if like some minor thing happens, then like I know that they don't experience like shame, guilt, remorse, any of that. They know that I know, and they also know that I probably wouldn't feel like shame or guilt over something
Yeah, but
stupid
there's
like that
also
myself. So,
that's that's not knowing like how like that's wanting to project that though, like the projecting the toughness deliberately. Because a lot of psychopathic projection is maintenance. You had a question in there I'm gonna touch on of like
mhm,
what's the difference between the trait narcissism of, let's say, a primary factor one psychopath and NPD. And I think I have some of both because, like I said, I'm really accustomed to making myself do things I'm uncomfortable with. But it's just like if I don't have to uh put myself into a less strong position, why would I? Like I know, in other words, I know that that generally the confidence, the self-assuredness, projecting that works, it helps. And I'm just gonna do it.
mhm,
And it can just be fun too. So there's other parts of projecting that is like maintenance. It's like I don't want you thinking that like I feel bad about that. And of course I can be insecure. I can feel bad about that. Maybe I don't think I was a bad person for it, but I just think like shit, I'm not doing I fucked up to what I think I'm supposed to do. I'm not living up to my own standards. And it'll, I'll feel insecure. I don't like showing my insecurity at all.
mhm. Yeah, like I think when the over apologizing, when I see the over apologizing, I kind of like it sort of works like there is like this disconnect between I know what my friends are actually feeling in that situation, and the like usual model that I have in mind that's probably based on me or something, how I would be feeling if I were saying those things. And like they are sort of there. Like one of them has more of an emotional pull, the other one more of an intellectual pull. Um, so like it's not like it's doing nothing. It's still has a bit of an effect.
I guess it's just like you can tell I care and this is the way I know to express it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so simple as, but like imagining that in your mind, I can imagine is hard because people, that's why you would ask that um reactive grandiose narcissism and trait narcissism question because the
Mm,
human brain is wired up to defy that sort of thing. And
hmm. That is still super unintuitive for me. Like for most of my life, I thought that if I display any kind of confidence, people are going to knock me down for it, are going to attack me, humiliate me, because they don't want me to like. usurp that status from them or something. And yeah, that doesn't seem to be like what's actually happening in the world. I don't know where I got that from.
No, no. Well, you're probably, over worried about their insecurity, and that can really depend, right? Like, if you acted confident about something on a car to me that I knew was wrong, I would both be like disappointed in you and insulted at the same time and get kind of insecure and angry out of like, how dare you? What? And I do mean you in particular, somebody else, somebody who isn't a gearhead or isn't a mechanic. Um, and I might, and there's totally people who will react like that, people with a more pathological form of narcissism. And so that happens, but that's that's certainly not the default either.
Hmm. Yeah, I think gradually warming up to that, like experiment with like some grandiosity and see what happens. And somehow I don't get knocked down. I don't know. It's surprising every time.
No, people think it's hot
Yeah, me
because
too.
they admire it. They wish they could be that. I was always confused. I'm just like, why don't you just do it then?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I had the same conversation. Like I'm also in one of the avoidant personality disorder groups, and basically, my take was like, in order to be self-confident, you just have to like allow yourself to be self-confident, and then dare to be self-confident. And the other person was like, no, like I would allow myself to be, I would dare to be self, but I'm not. And I was like, what does that mean?
Um, it's like I actually have like I've had to learn a more nuanced version of confidence because I didn't realize I was projecting it as like in like a teleological and a utilitarian way. I like did, but I didn't know why that was so narrow, why that was so myopic.
Hmm.
And I've learned that confidence is uncomfortable and confidence is a form of courage, your willingness to do something you're uncomfortable with. So people do still perceive that you're confident if you seem like unsure, but you do seem like you're determined to do it. This one YouTuber, Nile Red, a famous trope of how he does his chemistry experiments is he'll be like, I didn't think this was a good idea, but I did it anyway. Oh, so it was a bad idea. And that projects his pretty effortless confidence on his part, um, pretty irrespective of what's going on with him. Because ultimately it is the action of confidence that he's doing. He's confident in doing it in what he's doing and confident in following through and going, if that doesn't work, I will figure out something else. So it's a less shallow form of confidence.
Yeah, like I just watched a video where there were a few like physics majors, and they were asked a question, and one of them said, "Well, that's embarrassing. Like we're, I don't know, this and that semester physics majors, we should know that." And like that displayed simultaneously a kind of, yeah, I don't know, insecurity, but also confidence because like she had no problem talking about that on camera
I
instead of
would
like
say that's the
pretending
confidence
to.
to be vulnerable, right? The
Mm,
confidence of knowing your own limitations and knowing
yeah,
what's probably expected of you. They're like telling you what you might already be thinking and going, but I'm okay with that uncomfortable thought, and this is how I am handling it, or taking that ownership of it.
yeah, exactly. Really admired that.
Yeah, when I see that stuff, I try to really learn from it more deeply than just emulate it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think for me, confidence is also meant like, well, I suppose if someone's just naturally fearless, then um, being courageous and facing fears and whatnot that come with confidence is just a lot easier. But for me, it's also been about like noticing that when things go wrong, they can't hurt me or not that much. It's kind of okay, I can recover from it. And then like the fear is lesser after that, and then it becomes easier to be confident.
I get that in a like I really have to imagine like my 4-year-old self to get that. Um because that's not something my mother tolerated. Um I'm not factor one. I'm not fearless, but
Mm.
um I'm not exactly afraid of humiliation. Um but I'm confident in dealing with what'll happen if that happens. Or I know it won't hurt me that bad if that does cost me a friendship. I know I can move on. I know I can find another person. And some of that's also like the lesser or lack of attachment. Like that person goes away and I will find another person. And yeah, I'm not fearless. I can totally be afraid of things. Wow. I yes, I, like my fellow humans, experience the emotion of fear in certain situations.
Congrats.
Oh man, that was just like that was mask off in like not like a disturbing way and just to like, in a, well, this is my closest approach to what you experience.
Yeah, like I don't know, not being afraid of humiliation is rather foreign to me.
Like, to me, it's like, why would I let somebody, I could maybe feel really bad that that happened or feel very afraid I'm going to lose them, but I'm like, why would I allow that person to have that power over me? And I imagine that not allowing them to have that power over me is the only thing that's going to allow me to navigate it if it goes wrong.
Hmm, that
And
is,
that is a little too rigid, but it is also a helpful alternative way to think of things so that um like I said, that's like the healthier version again of like me telling myself, no, I have to do it,
hmm.
you know.
Yeah, as a little child, like, that's a boundary that could have helped me a lot. There's like, even if like this person, I don't know, wants to humiliate me or wants to punish me or wants me to feel guilty or something, it's still my choice whether I want to actually feel that.
Yeah, whether you internalize that that makes you a bad person or makes that like a mistake.
Yeah,
um
exactly.
a lot of my rationalizations are around that. Like sometimes it's as simple as like, I don't respect you. I don't care what you fucking think. You can't make me feel bad. I'm not feeling bad for you. Don't do that. Don't try that. Don't waste your time and my time. Thank
Hmm.
you.
Yeah, like,
Um,
but also like with friends, like I know they don't want me to feel bad. They just want to like fix the relationship or something. And so I'm just like, okay, I'll just not feel bad about
yeah.
this.
Yeah, it doesn't help you. Or like, um, or just being upset that it happened maybe, but not like punishing yourself for it, you know?
Hmm. Just like making sure it doesn't happen again, like fixing the relationship, caring for the other person. This is like also one of those things. Like I used to be so like racked with guilt over I don't know all sorts of things and hypothetical things, and I don't know. And instead I've been like, okay, like shame, nah, I don't need that anymore. Guilt, nah, I don't need that anymore. Instead I sort of focus on like what has been the impact on the other person and how can I make it better for them. And not any bad feelings for myself.
That's another thing. I have doubts of like, somebody valuing me trying to make it better for them. Doubts of them, uh, doubts that they'll believe the authenticity, doubts that they will value it at all.
Hmm.
Either from like they've concealed their true intentions and they wouldn't, that's not what they were looking for, or that they're just being malicious, or etc. Um,
Yeah, I think
uh,
I trust people on that by default, but of course that trust can be can be broken, and then I don't anymore.
I guess it depends on the person, yeah. I guess maybe like I think more, I don't even want to just say positive because this takes in negative things, but a more like additive, a more um mindset would be as like I can realize I'm not offering it to that person. I'm not offering this person that trust, and I'm not offering them the opportunity to show me that they are a good person. And um I don't know, I just had it gave me a little revelation of like um a more active way to try to work on the trust things. That there's things that I'm internally not doing to suppress the connection. And instead of it feeling like a risk, it's just like, um, well, that's not going to be there if I don't do it too. You know,
It's not going to be what?
the trust and connection. It's not
Yeah.
going to be there unless I'm doing it too.
Hmm.
And it's just not super tangible to me. So I have to like
Hmm.
think of it like that to teach myself the tangibility
Hmm.
and kind of combine that with a reason to do it even when I don't feel the tangibility.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's like the exact opposite for me, where like the trust's always there, and you just need to be like extra careful consciously now that that's not exploited. I've somehow gotten lucky with my partner so far, but for a long time I wasn't aware of that risk.
I mean,
Um,
like you're not somebody that in either a like a devoid or a malicious way I would look at in either, let's say, um I think like a cruel reality of life is that um certain kinds of brokenness within us seek out certain kinds of brokenness within other people, right?
yeah,
You know, the whole like people with MPD, MP dorks, and BP dweebs like each other and feed off each other, and it can actually be good if the both people are aware enough. But like, you're not something, buddy, I would see that I could take advantage of. You're not somebody also that um I guess the other one's more reactive. Like for like the narcissistic holes in my heart, it's just like um since you're relatively secure, it's like uh you're not reacting to my attempts to elicit the praise in that way, right? Oh yeah, yeah, in a less healthy way of saying like, oh, I'm not gonna get that. I know I wouldn't get that kind of thing out of you. And being a healthier person definitely attracts healthy people. If
mm.
nothing else, more than that healthy people would prefer to be more deeply involved with other healthy people. Duh.
Yeah. Maybe there's also like an attraction between healing people that healing people want to be together.
I I think so too. It's a unique experience.
Yeah.
Um there's a song, uh I'm gonna look up what it is just so I can
Mhm.
it's by the Bleacher oh yeah, the Bleachers, I want to get better. And I remember being younger and just thinking like, well, this is just pasty happy horseshit. And then but there's a line in it something like I'll look up the lyric. Uh it's like I didn't know it was so simple as I didn't know I was broken until I wanted it to change because it just like that comes together. You know, like I said, I was happy causing Athena problems that then came to be my problems too, and being an asshole to her housemates.
Mhm.
And um that didn't change until I also wanted that part of myself to be better.
Mhm.
And that transition is something that most people do not experience.
Yeah, I had this discussion recently with a friend of mine, like about how often people change beliefs, like some important beliefs in their lives. And like I'm in this rationalist community where everything is about like fluidly, like not attaching to beliefs and fluidly exchanging beliefs to fit the reality and always being truth seeking and yeah, and like well calibrated. And yeah, so my bubble, there's definitely like a lot of belief changing going on in my bubble. And it's like an important value and everything, but like the average person, like how often do they change important beliefs?
They don't need to, right? Like the saying goes that it's not abnormal to not who know who you are, but it is atypical, abnormal to be worried about not knowing who you are. Like a lot of people never go through that self-reflection and either they're miserable and just accept it, or they're
Mhm.
happy and there's nothing major they need to change like that that prompts that sort of
Yeah.
introspection, and so it just doesn't happen. Um,
Yeah, exactly. I have like a friend who seems to be like totally happy and emotionally regulated, secure in his attachments and everything. And I try to have conversations with him, but like his reaction is mostly, "Huh, I've never thought about that."
and it like it's endearing, it's kind of cute and precious, and it's kind of fun and enjoyable, but it's also like um it can get boring if that's what you're after with that friend because it's not really inquisitive. When I talk about people with like philosophy and stuff, I want to know their ideas. I want to be prompted myself to think about it differently as
Yeah.
well. Sometimes just for the act of thinking about it, just because it's fun, but also like maybe we can find a new kernel of truth between us.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm always super happy to like change my mind on things. And just a few days ago, I messaged someone, oh, by the way, in case it wasn't clear, I've completely changed my mind. Like, it's like a certain pride in like being able to do that effortlessly.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to steal that from you because um when I get manic, I can just be like, "Oh my God, I've discovered," and I get grandiose. "Oh my God, I've discovered the next revelation and this and that," and um, that's part of an old pattern that's not as prevalent. That I thought every next thing was like the magical solution, and that's what I was seeking. That's also what I was seeking, right? So I had to change my mind what I was looking for, and but that was embarrassing to me. That's like anybody's paying attention longer than 5 minutes can tell I'm just a big fucking chaotic jumble.
No.
Like,
Yeah, like I think I know that I will change my mind, and so I preemptively state my probabilities, at least internally. I'm like, okay, it's probably leaning toward this, feels like 60-70% or so. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh, okay, was totally wrong. Apparently, the 30-40% option was correct. So, like, that helps a bit to like make it less embarrassing.
I guess
But
the way I could internalize it is maybe like, well, I don't want it to be true like this. I really need to think of that about that. I don't know how to integrate that. Because like, I don't know how to integrate that yet, but like I've said of my fears of difficulty with changing, I get really focused on the bullshit I'll have to go through, the grueling slog it feels like it might be. And I have to at least start off telling myself that maybe things will just be fine, but this part will be difficult. And
mm,
but all among that I missed the plot of that I have the opportunity to be proud of how much I've changed. Um I have people tell me all the time that I have a lot of empathy and I have a lot of cognitive empathy, but I can process, empathy with myself distanced from it too. And and since I've had to learn empathy from such a ground up way, um I've grown a really strong capacity to understand people, to look into people, and to generate insight. A mutual friend of ours, she told me, maybe you'll know who because I told you this before. She liked how I made some of my venting palatable, she said. And but I was doing more, the real thing is I was doing more than one thing at once, and part of it is working through the negativity in me too. And I'll try to turn it into a new insight. Or if I'm just pissed off at everybody, like the recent post I made about like that it's a big turnoff for me when what was it? It's a big turnoff when
you've
um
you're made to feel as if you intimidated someone.
yeah, that's actually a turnoff. And then
Yeah.
I gave reasons why and then it made myself vulnerable a little and it allows somebody else to do that synthesis as
Hmm.
well, but it's trying to bring it but like I said, I'm trying to do all of those things. I'm trying to not just like fucking look down on people that are like that. Even if I don't vibe with them, just like get it out of my head and also, not take it as so personally that they do that. But also, that gives other people an opportunity to see it from my perspective. And I feel like I actually express that gripe. But again, at the same time as turning it into this insight, I find
Hmm.
that when I look towards turning it into an insight that somebody else can use, it tends to do all of those things at once and present it in a way that other people can do synthesis with it as well. Um,
Yeah, that's definitely something that resonated with me a lot. Like I used to be downright afraid of intimidating someone. And I think my transition has also been like a reaction to that to some extent, that I wanted to, they felt safer in a position where it felt less likely to me that I might intimidate someone.
well, being most people fortunately see me as a woman now, so like when people are intimidated to meet now, because I've gone through that too, right? Like, I had a Van Dyke and I was brash and loud and confident, and that put some people off. But now it's just sounds like a big pain in my ass. Just like, oh, you're intimidated? You won't talk to me? Why? Don't do that. That's annoying.
Yeah.
I don't want someone to feel like they're just a big annoying piece of shit either.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, the like authenticity in communication is a really interesting topic. Like, a bunch of friends of mine have the like egocentric sadism. So like they do something cringy and then they are like really proud of that and they want to tell me about it. But of course they know
I
that I will probably find it really cringy and then they
just
sort
wanting
of
the reaction. Yeah. No, no, my impulse is to tell somebody, do you know that that is like one of the most annoying fucking things you should do? Don't do that. And trying to pressure them into not doing it and also feeling like stronger that I'm not counter pressured.
in
That's
which
my
position would
so
you react like that?
what?
In which position would you react like that?
Like, let's say you said that I intimidated you. I'm like, do you know how fucking annoying that is? Do you even think about that? And definitely taking some sick joy at it of it from it at the same time is like trying to push the person to not do that, but not really like feeling like their feelings are my problem. So it's just like also showing like stop being a pain in my ass.
Yeah, like if it's about intimidation in particular, it could be like liberating for the person, I suppose. It's like they probably don't want to be intimidated. Like, I think I was not usually intimidated by people, but I thought that they wanted me to be intimidated or something, and so I was sort of people-pleasingly trying to like cater to their expectations. And if they then tell me they don't actually want that, I'm like, oh, great, that's a relief.
No, don't give that to anybody. That's disrespectful to yourself.
Yeah.
Like you could get I think that's one of the times where empathy is less helpful because we'll get stuck in how the other person feels in something like that. But if somebody wants you to be intimidated and you're not in a BDSM scene or something, like what good reason could they have for that? Like they don't that possible thought of theirs doesn't deserve the time of day just because maybe they'll feel hurt if you're not intimidated. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, but about like the communicating sadism thing, like I think one friend of mine went for I have like what mixed feelings about this because I know that I probably shouldn't do this and I know um I've lost friends to this, but I also feel really proud of it. And so kind of communicated just like the whole range of feelings that she had about her behavior. And another friend rather um, like pretended to feel like ashamed of it or something, like not directly, not directly, but at least sort of was not explicitly bragging about it. That was another way to handle it. And another friend more dressed it up as like radical honesty or something, and then like as if she had to like uh, force herself to be like very direct and straightforward about like her exploits, and but again, she was bragging. And
I used to do that. Um, Sometimes with that consummatious pride, sometimes with like fear of being judged, but like the in between of those is just like, well, if this doesn't turn them off, then I'm good.
yeah.
Um, I used to, though, when I when I've had outbursts on people and I've been really angry and I just feel like they just don't fucking get it. And someone would go like, "Don't you know how that hurt the person?" And I'll be like, "Why am I supposed to care? Do you know what they did to me?" Etc.
Hmm.
And or like they'll probably never talk to you again. I'll be like, "Good."
Yeah. But like imagine in that case it's sort of for communication, right? Like you were hurt and you wanted to communicate to the other person how they had hurt you and
Yeah,
not
there
the
there is
pleasure of
technically a
hurting
way
them.
to there's technically a way to recover that. Yeah, they could have if they had acknowledged it, but like what I was doing was definitely subduing them or making them not feel like I would give a shit if they
Hmm.
acknowledged it. But yeah, if they had acknowledged it and said anything to the effect of like how they're gonna try to keep that from happening again, I
Hmm.
would start going, oh fuck. And that would because that would be like that would actually be in most situations against my values to not even then to not try and take that for what it is. So it would be recoverable. There's been times where it's just some of the things that have happened to me or some of the things I perceive that some of the people have done things that have fucked up my life so bad that I at the like minimum need to scare them away from ever fucking doing it again. I can't I'm either not going to put up with that or I can't fucking survive that or it's just so egregious that like how could you let yourself do that sort of thing? And it could definitely just be there to scream down their throat because I thought their throat needed screaming down
Hmm.
for
Yeah, but
one reason one reason or another. Normally when I do that I'll only be like I would only like proud of it and the like I didn't take shit form of it like afterwards. But normally in that I'm not reveling in the sadism itself because it just imminently is true to me that I didn't want that to fucking happen in the first place.
hmm.
And you'll hear people with more abusive tendencies, perhaps past me, say something like, "Why did you have to make me do that?" Like that's where that kind of thing comes from at a deeper level because they don't want to admit or explain all of that for sure. Um, um, I'm just realizing how many villains I can empathize with that. Like I've heard that and I'm like, yeah, I get it. That was probably a fucking nightmare. And the person is just like probably like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and they don't really get it. And this feeling of entitlement to the to being not placated, but like getting I'm struggling to find the word getting something back from it from like all you've gone through. Recourse entitlement to some sort of recourse and sort of like dispensing justice yourself.
Hmm. How many different categories did you just mention? Like there was the the one where a person hurts you, you want to hurt the person back. I think there was like the communicative aspect to it, but you were also like not really seeking to be understood at the same time, if I see this correctly. Like you wanted to cut the person out, but then I imagine there's also the case where, I don't know, it's Riley or me, and you actually want to communicate the emotion that you're experiencing with the interest of like me understanding it. And once I like like express that I've understood how I've made you feel, then
Yeah.
uh, you'd be like happy with that and want to like restore the connection. And well, then there were like the vengeance ones, but they were probably separate.
Yeah, so those first two can be on a border, can have a threshold. Um, I remember a really nasty example of I was teaching a friend how to drive and they froze up in the middle of it and we had to switch driving places in the middle of traffic. It was freaking horrifying and I think deep down I would have accepted something, but I was not in the kind of state where I was going to actually be receptive of it. And so there's times like that where maybe the person's more tenuous, but I still like them. And I'll mentally prepare for that. What I'm about to do might write them off for me. And I would accept it if it turned the other way. But I'm not expecting or really in that mode at all. At least not until I would calm the hell down.
Mm, yeah, of course. Imagine there's also like the third version where like the sadistic person like values the conflict like positively, like, oh yes, this person has hurt me now, because that gives me a reason to hurt them back, and that's pleasurable.
Um, yeah, I have a weird relationship with conflict. Because I can view conflict. I like if I'm more comfortable with somebody screaming at me than holding the stuff in. Um, it feels like there's resolution. I feel like I'm giving them a chance to get their shit out on me. I think that's like a fair trade even.
Yeah.
And I have totally so much as told people in the past, it's like, listen, if you want to fucking like lay into me or scream at me for that, that's okay. Thinking that they wanted that. That they felt like they really needed to, or felt like that might like maybe they didn't think about it, but that it would at least improve their mood. Kind of get that aggression out. And this is all the same person I'm talking about because I remember once on a long road trip with him, we had had a conflict he was handling with avoidance and he was trying to placate me. This was before he knew he had BPD and before I knew I had NPD. And he knew I had NPD. And so he was trying to placate me and he was learning I had more depth than that. And we finally got to talk about it, I'm like, dude, like conflict can just be good and okay. We can what it's up to us whether we want to resolve it. But of course, the emotional half of that for me is just like, um, uh, viewing the fucking yelling at each other as at least possibly a net, just directly positive. Like, um, either at least we got that out, or, you've really wanted to do that for a long time, huh? Like, um,
Hmm.
just thinking back to when a narcissist, quote unquote, gave a borderline person a pep talk of like, no, conflict is good. And how like there were very good aspects of it and less than ideal. I wouldn't even say bad, just like I didn't have the awareness that other people wouldn't either get something from it or flat out get off from doing that.
Yeah,
And
like I've also wondered like whether it would be useful for me, like since I didn't used to be in touch with anger at all, and then through therapy I've like discovered a little bit of like miffedness sometimes. Um, that would be like useful for me to be like in the context of people who are a bit I don't know, more externalizing or something, so that I can so I have like an environment in which would at least be okay for me to experiment with different behaviors.
my suggestion, I guess, like let's say you wanted to vent about something that happened in your life, right? Like, even if we were in person in the same room, I would be okay with you literally being screaming, stomping, mad. Maybe somebody did something to you that's that bad, and you want to not express it. You're not doing that to me. You
Hmm.
want to get that out and hope I understand and commiserate that, like, oh my fucking God. Yeah, I can imagine how you feel going through that. And not necessarily that extreme, but that's my permission I'm giving you that, like, if you need to just fucking gripe about something, fucking bitch about somebody or something that happened, I will very quickly empathize with that. That's one of the things I do easily empathize with.
Yeah, that happened last time, last October. I think I mentioned it earlier. I know, like, yeah, maybe I didn't, but like last October, I had a bit of a situation like that. It's been a while.
I'm
Happens
glad
very
the time
rarely.
has passed.
I don't know
Yeah.
if it will happen again. I'm kind of a CPTSD type, I don't know, overreaction, and so I would hope that I've overcome that. We'll see.
Want to go through the other parts of sadism just to do it? Since we're here. Uh
The six types of sadism, you mean?
yeah, so I've touched on control sadism a bunch during this conversation. That's probably definitely my primary mode because
Hmm.
like the extreme examples of with my father of like, but there's less extreme examples. It's like an antisocial punishment, your blog, right, as calls it.
Hmm.
Because I view it as like trying to push the person to not do something or to do something better. And like with my father, it was maybe blatantly necessary. Um, like one time I came home with a customer's car key in my jacket on accident, and like I was a 5 minute walk away, okay? And he couldn't find the key. And so he's taking out all the aggravation of the waste time, half hour, hour and a half of him trying to search for it on me.
Hmm.
And but after that, even 2, 3, 4 years after no longer working for him, he would call me. And when my sleep schedule was really upside down, I'd fall asleep at like 7, 8 in the morning, and he'd call me at 10:30 in the morning and asking me. And there are other situations where like I wouldn't want him to really ask me about how my job is going in a certain way because I didn't have the expectation that he would listen to the nuances there, right? Like, because I didn't want it to go down a route where he felt the need to fucking tell me what to do or judge it, etc., right? I was totally okay with, technically totally okay with talking about what was going on with my jobs with him, but not in the way he wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And I would just make that experience for him as miserable as possible to the point that he noted it. He's just like, I swear you can't fucking talk to you about this. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And
Yeah, I think I would also do that.
yeah, in the situation where the person's just not listening, right? Like, and your only course is to like kind of turn them off. 1 second, please. Someone's at my door. All right, I'm gonna Discord them. I assume somebody's already Discorded me and I haven't noticed. But but it can be like it can be much smaller things, you know. Like I said, like my impulse would be to tell the person who's told me I'm intimidating to be like to make them feel embarrassed over it and maybe humiliate them into like to push them to not do that.
Yeah. Oh, are you typing?
Yeah. I'm good.
Oh, wait a moment.
You're good. I was just asking who knocked on my door. But
Yeah.
uh so that's definitely my most common mode, and I think you can see how my mom set up the seeds for that, right? That again that phrase, don't dish it out if you can't take it. And you know, having no patience for certain things and expecting me to just buck up and figure
Mm,
it out, or um spanking me an extra time because I flinched because I need to take the punishment well.
mm,
Um I want to say I've done righteous sadism before, and it's just been like feeling like my honor, or maybe I have or haven't. Let me see. Oh, righteous does have like uh things like yeah, I've tried to punish like it's not as been dominant, but normally I've gotten like that when I feel like the sanctity of my life or my household or a friend has been violated. There's healthier versions of like that. You know, if you're with your friend at a bar and somebody like literally copped a feel, it depends on how the person responds, but the response of putting a little fear in them of like, don't even think about trying that. You shouldn't do that with anybody. You should be legitimately scared of doing that to people. May be acceptable, but or even prudent, but um you know that big thing where I freaked out on that person, on my ex-friend, and I found a way to get the house out from under them, but I also smeared them
mm,
on
mm,
social media. That was that. That was like, don't violate the sanctity of my livelihood and my household and my relationship and
mm,
my pets, etc. So I've done that, but I've more like done it. I wouldn't say that's a big part of myself.
mm,
Um, the this is a good avenue to explaining the like self-sadism,
mm,
the resentful
mm,
sadism. Because when I talked before about um somebody tells me they dissociated and they weren't able to function, and I'm just like,
mm,
you had that opportunity? My impulse is more so to be like, wow, you lucky piece of shit,
mm,
out of resentment and jealousy, to just like feeling like they don't um appreciate what they've been given in life adequately enough.
um, yeah,
That's
for
a
me it
really
feels like
toxic
envy.
way.
Hmm. For me, this feels like envy. Like I'm happy that they have it, but I wanted to, please, back in time.
Well, it's resentful because it would feel like I can't have it, like I'm not allowed it,
No,
you
I have it.
know.
Yeah, the thing that I'm talking about is something that I have now that I wish I had always had. And then when I talk to a friend who's always had it, um, like the absence of core shame, sort of a basic feeling of lovability. Like, okay, got it now, but like having had that 37 years ago, or I don't know, give or take, that
Yeah.
would have been awesome.
The we've touched on vindictive sadism, and sometimes that's been like I had that hotel double charge me,
Mm, yeah.
and I wanted to somehow get back at the hotel manager. That was also partly like really in at the bottom inside of me, I was hoping that it changed the outcome, but that was just to make me feel better about really wanting to lay into her. I will be honest. Um, uh, it's clear to me somehow how a lot of these can bleed between each other and why sadism is so weird because the like lashing out at somebody um that's just like, oh no, I guess that's the vindictive sadism, lashing out at somebody. Um, just to get that out of me because I don't feel like they adequately understand what they've done to me.
Mm,
But the one we really haven't touched on, and it's I wanted to go over them, because I think it helps set up the concept of it better. The contumacious pride. And the contumacious pride is like it's a form of self-sadism, and NPD and ASPD and psychopathy intersecting is really the only reason it would happen from pathology. That my dad martyring himself so that he could keep to his uh the 10 o'clock curfew so I can't drive. Um, he's hurting himself so that he's not above his rules, and I don't have that power over him of having gained an exception. Or there's a small amount of that with when my friend Athena, when I was mad at their roommates, and it's like, well, they don't like you then. Okay, good. Or and then knowing like, ah, this is probably gonna end my friendship with Athena too at some point. And it just being like, yeah, but I'm not gonna have any of you tell me tell me no. I'm going to tell you no. And it'll be at cost to me, and you're going to learn what happens. Oh man, that's some nasty words. I say that because I'm actually feeling something like saying it, and it's not something I really want to like come out. It scares me a little. It scares me a little that that all I have to do is just like sort of act it out and I start to feel it. It's really
mm.
weird. It's uh
But like somehow all of these so far, I think, have been relatively reactive. Like what I see usually in my more sadistic friends is that they are like very proactive about it, that they like kind of wish that they could act sadistically in every situation, but they have like their various behavioral rules, and then they look for situations where they can sort of, I don't know, rationalize it to themselves to like act out, sort of like semi-provoke the situations perhaps, and then enjoy the sadism as a result. And like some of them are quite aware that they're doing that, that they're not actually reacting to something, but that they're like enjoying the acting out the sadism so much that they're looking for opportunities to do it.
I mean, I do that, but that's like all the stuff where I've said like, well, my impulse would be, you know, where um if somebody, I guess I'm just aware of why I would do it. Um, and I'm not talking much about like why I enjoy it. Like let's say I need to give myself a minute. I've made myself mentally dizzy because I realized the connection with it.
Mm,
And I had a flashback. I relived something.
mm,
Um, Normally when I'm like that, I want the person to feel powerless, or I want to push them to act. Um, I'm tr struggling to think of an example of but of a specific example, but I've had times where it seems like the person really isn't listening to me. So I try and force the issue to get the person to do something. And like now I try to deliberately um
mm,
pin them
mm,
into an immediate action. And I do get off of like feeling the power in that situation. And if they then just shrink away or run away, they'll feel so pitiful, and I might even laugh. Um, I'm certainly enjoying it. Um,
mm,
uh, if I'm driving, my driving, um, sometimes I want to, let's say somebody's tailgating me. Sometimes I want to just like let off the gas and frustrate the fuck out of them until they realize they have to do something different. And if I saw them screaming in the car as they pass in some other way in another lane, I'd be like, you dumb bitch. Like, how did you not figure that out already? Like, how did you end up in life at this point? And this was so hard for you to figure out.
But are you
Um,
like waiting for people to tailgate you and then are glad that they do?
I'll just be like enjoying that. If I were to do, I've only done that sort of thing, um, when it felt worth the risk. Like I was driving and I had this guy. I was driving down a narrow one way, and some spaces there were to go around me, but most of it there wasn't. And he was coming down this really steep hill, and he just like had to have misjudged it and almost came into the lane. And so this guy was tailgating me because he obviously thought I did it. And so I was in a stick shift car, and I eventually brought it down to first gear, and I was doing like 8 miles an hour. And eventually he gets around me and stops his car in front of mine to force the issue. What a dumb motherfucker. And and he and I'm trying to remember what he did. And he gets out and he's like, "You want to play that?" It's like, "You did this." And I'm like, "No, I didn't." Like he claimed, like, you almost hit me. No, I didn't. It's like, don't you better do that. Like, and he leaves, and I'm viewing myself as the person in control and the person capable of he's doing a mean thing. Well, I'm doing the mean thing that actually matters. And I totally told that story to a ton of people out of like, look at what a jackass I made of this total idiot. Um, I don't normally I talk myself out of stuff like that normally out of the risk, but um every single time someone tailgates me bad enough, I am thinking about doing something like that. And I do want to just frustrate them, um, at least for the moment, and maybe it'll change their mind. But um at least I'll have gotten something out of it instead of I'm just sitting there holding my anger back.
Yeah.
And that's the way I view it. I normally view it as like, well,
Mm.
at least I got something out of it.
Yeah. But that again, like, I don't know, all of these examples sound reactive. Like perhaps it is like sort of thing that you mostly use reactively.
Might
Uh,
be.
yeah. Do you want to talk about like sexual sadism as well?
Um, sure. Um, my most recent experience, this masochist person, all just two parts of a scene. So she had requested a black eye because she feels strong being beaten up because she can take it. And she wanted the black eye so that it made people uncomfortable and made them question and like and it helps her be more comfortable being this person who likes this deviant thing, right? And that did happen. Some store clerk asked her, and I'm just like, the store clerk went like, "Oh, honey, do I need to talk to your boyfriend?" And I told her, "You should have said, number one, she's a girl, and I asked for it," which is beautifully ambiguous, like it's bad. I would totally want that person to be even less to be left with an even bigger question of their head of like, maybe she didn't really ask for it,
It
but she
was,
did.
it was fun.
What?
I might have done that by accident recently. It was fun.
It is funny when it's an accident, right? Um, but anyway, so I'm doing the stuff and she's like laying down and I'm talking about my plan. I'm like waiting for when it feels and looks like the right moment to do it. And I'm talking about plotting that out. And I go to just caress her face and she just shrieks in fear. And oh my God, that was delicious. It was tasty. And she loved it. She told me she hadn't felt fear in a very long time. And that helps wrestle emotions out of her like that. And little later in the scene, um I grabbed her hair to pull her into the position I wanted, and then I held her bit down by her throat to really physically subdue her. And I just sat there and soaked in the beauty that I was about to assault for a second. And I punched her in like the cheek. And I'm just like, I'm not 100% sure on that. And I did it again. And I'm like, oh, good. I changed, like her cheek had swollen up so much, it changed shape. And that was delightful to have that immediate feedback that I got exactly what I wanted. That I know it's gonna last. I don't have to go, oh, I don't know if I hit her hard enough. Yeah, I did. Um, uh, so that's some sort of like just direct hurting the person. There's a little more mental is when there's toys involved, and every toy does a different kind of thing. Like stinging, aching, like uh and different body parts, different and I get myself into this mode where I'm trying to walk their brain and their body through these waves of endorphins and to get them through certain thresholds so I can leave this person with as many marks so I can dispense as much pain and damage as I possibly can. And and I'll play with that. I'll play with getting them over and then you have to like sort of once you get them near, once their brain is sort of ready, is like warmed up to it. You have to push them over a threshold so that it gets into endorphins, or you'll smack something and then smack it a second time so it really stings, and then you'll caress it to give their brain that positive association while the warm endorphins flow through them. And and as you get further, if the person is a beautiful, big enough pain slut, you get to the point where sometimes you push over the boundary deliberately to get their brain to the next threshold, which is like, I'm the one doing things here, not you. And I'm just reliving an experience I really liked. And my favorite toy ever was both of these things at once. It was a leather flat leather flogger with like sharp, pointy 3D printed pyramids on it that I called the Spiketula. And I couldn't think of anything better than something that was an impact instrument that also drew blood. It was brilliant. Um, I've wanted to get into medvet, medical fetishism stuff. I have somebody I can probably go into that and experiment with. We're not there yet. Um, I've thought about learning stuff. There's a way you can do skin removal that will make a scarification and you can draw beautiful patterns that way and people like that. And that sounds so intimate. Being this like pain surgeon. Um and something I'm going to be deliberately light on details is CNC, consensual non-consent. And I generally like SA, sexual assault play. And um, I've had the delight of being able to act out a pretty realistic experience with that just uh the surprise and suddenness and like no perceived lead up. It was um and so that's different. I do CNC for like I feel like this dangerous loose cannon. And if this person is that comfortable with me doing something like this to them, then maybe I'm fine, you know? And the person who did that, I did that with, was the same way that they're now more comfortable pushing their own boundaries because they know at the end of there is a safe word, and but no is not the safe word. And so they know that at the end of the day, they're safe. And so they can play outside of the bounds of their comfort zone and it be in an environment like that. And I don't know, it's really emotionally rewarding and it just happens to like I get to let a lot of aggression out at the same time. Um, I'm wistful. I miss that.
If you're in Europe at some point, then I need to introduce you to my CNC friend.
Yeah. Um, no, a lot of I tell people that as a sadist, my limit is yours plus one. And both as like a way of communicating to somebody like that like, if you ask me to do it, and I think it's any sort of fun, I don't have any qualms doing it for sure. So, um,
Do you
uh,
mean like age or BDSM experience or
BDSM experience, like the
yeah?
extremeness of it, like, some people might be good with like what I said, like using toys and doing impact play and maybe spanking. But th my recent masochist friend, I was just like freaking punching her. And some people that might like, there are people that are sadists, but they aren't necessarily comfortable with that because they're doing the thing in their head of like, well, this person likes that, so I can do that for them. And they can either suppress or rationalize away um the the tinge of pain of hurting somebody. And but I could but I have like fantasies beyond the extremes of what I've been allowed to do to people. So that's normally what some extreme masochists, hard masochists do look for that in the same
Mm.
way that somebody who's sexually submissive would like somebody who's unabashedly dominant as opposed to a surface dom. Which is a similar thing, like, okay, I'll do this to you because you like it, as opposed to someone who likes being dominant and like, hey, how do we make this fun? Um, uh, in the exact same way, so that advertises myself when I say that, like, my limit is theirs plus one, but it's also basically true. Um, so you can tell your friend that.
Yeah, well, first you'd have to be like geographically close, I suppose. But yeah, like I think they have extensive experience.
Good. No,
Yeah.
pardon me, I'd rather they not be fresh meat. I'd rather
Of course.
It'll be way more fun. We'll get into so much. Yeah, that's
Mm. Yeah, we had like a little CNC orgy at one event a year ago. Like 12, but like I don't know, 10 or 12 or so. People in
wow.
the like dom role, like surface doms mostly, I suppose.
Yeah,
Except,
you could probably tell the difference, you know? Um, and I don't know. I pride myself in being like authentically dominant, and it's just
mm,
also fun in a sex sense, and
mm.
authentically sadistic, and it's also fun in a scene or a sex sense.
Yeah, I think when
Um,
it's one-on-one, the person probably makes a huge difference. In this case, there were so many that like all the like hands and
ooh.
other things and everything sort of blurred together, and they didn't have any idea anymore what was going on where and who. And
Oh
it's
no,
like,
that sounds fun in a different way. I like the sound of that too. That I get why somebody would like that. That's
oh.
really great.
How did you learn all of that without being masochistic?
Um, Riley, they're not as masochistic. They're into the CNC stuff. And
Mhm.
I was able to probe some of those extremes, but and then I just talked to people about why they liked it, 'cause I can remember even being like 4 years old and hearing the song by the Eurythmics of going, some people want to abuse you, some people want to be abused by you. And me going, but why would you? I can get why someone would want to abuse somebody, but why would somebody want to be abused? And just curiosity and asking enough questions to finally to mostly understand. Um, that's another thing, a brief thing of like with the high pain tolerance, some people might mistake that as masochism, but it's like if I don't think like I'm benefiting from what I'm going through, I don't want to go through that pain. But um like that time I ran up the steps I said before with the painful calves, it feels like this good painful hollowness, like your arm is stuck underneath a rock and a forest fire is coming to you, and you're somehow strong enough to free yourself by removing that limb. And it feels like slicing off or stabbing that weakness into submission. And that's something I wanted to touch on. Just um, not sorry about making this whole part about this whole part of the conversation about sadism, but I think it doesn't. I think the human aspect of it um isn't talked about it enough, and this is my opportunity.
Yeah, no, I'm very interested in sadisms. Like, one of the things that I've read is that some sadists, well, they probably have like all sorts of like vindictive sadism and whatnot going on, but when it comes to like, for example, sexual sadism, they only um, find it pleasurable to the extent that the other person also finds it pleasurable. And that would explain why you experience sadism in a proactive role, let's say, in a sexual context, but are so like reactive about it in non-sexual contexts.
I mean, I'm happy my masochist friend let me do that, but um um I'm not gonna say I don't have like fantasies of just like doing totally torturous things to people, either from like retribution or just like to get my grief out. It is more satisfying when the other person likes it.
Hmm.
Um, because it feels like they're also it in this like directly but indirectly, they're connecting with my aggression. They're getting something different out of it than I am, but I know they also appreciate that I'm getting something out of it.
Hmm.
And um, I guess that's why I like harder forms of sadism, because when it's very light, it can make me feel very service sadist or service dom, because then it's like, okay, I'm just doing this all for you. What's in it for me? Do you even care about that I'm doing this for you right now? And it can be very hard for me to um feel like they're enjoying that I'm enjoying myself. And so even if it's there and I am enjoying myself, it will lack depth.
Yeah. Yeah, I can empathize with that. Like, I think most of the pleasure in like vanilla sex for me is also in like pleasuring the partner and empathizing with their pleasure. But like vanilla sex is like for me. So
Yeah, like it's the mutuality. Like you're both in all these situations there where two people, at least two people are um trying to be happy, enjoy the same thing actually
Mhm.
together. For like you couldn't enjoy it this much unless your mindsets were linked up in some way, right? Even with just vanilla sex. Even with like if I go on some dating app and get a hookup just because I need a sexual release, you know, it's different than somebody that I maybe like just friends with benefit or fuck buddies with, where like we're friends, but at least we have sex, but we also have sex sometimes. Even that has more depth, but sometimes it doesn't fill it. Like sometimes I do just need to get off. Um, and I don't want to go through all the emotional rigmarole. Um,
Yeah, it could be that that's why I find sensual pleasures uh like cuddling, for example, more pleasurable, I think, than sexual pleasures because these for me would be something very specific that the other person probably wouldn't want to do, and then what the other person finds interesting is something that I only find like interesting empathetically, and so like I don't know, there's not this level of mutuality, whereas with like cuddles, it's much more frequent that I'm in sync with another person, so that could
yeah,
explain
I'm a big cuddle fiend, even if um I can be hypersexual. I get I get very frustrated um if I can only really express one or the other.
it.
Um uh Let me think. So if I take where does the sadism come from within me? So some of it's like the power and control, if I take it at its core, because you're basically asking that. Um, but it's also an aggression release. So like in non-sexual contexts, like vindictive sadism, just to like get it out, even if the person never knows it was me or never understands. Um, and usually that's from feeling like controlled by them or feeling powerless.
Mm.
And so like some of my extreme desires or fantasies of like wanting to get someone run out of the kind of industry or job they're in is just like I want that person to their core to feel powerless and helpless as their life falls apart around them. And that's I guess when it's more vindictive, when it's almost basically sadism for the sake of sadism. And the other more reactive stuff is either um pride aggression release, like pride or like a show of force, like to be like, don't either to maintain the image of strength or to um impress it upon them that I can, or like I said, as a form of antisocial punishment, as an act of trying to change the behavior or a deterrent. Um, I guess those are where sadism comes for me, because that's where I've needed it. That's where I've found it useful. Like, just like we were discussing really early on in my childhood, I would act out, but it would normally not be just to hurt somebody, but I would have sadistic fantasies and I would try to keep them separate from each other. And it's just at some point those were allowed to coexist close enough to want to do like vindictive and prideful, contumacious pride forms of
Mhm.
sadism. Um, when I did martial arts for 10 years when I was younger,
Mhm.
and I had a lot easier time with my aggressive tendencies. If
Mhm.
I have a place to get my aggression out, um, and I don't also feel completely helpless and it's like one person's fault,
Mhm.
I have a much easier time with it. So a lot of it is aggression to me, and if it's not, it'll be like control. But they can, like I said, they can be closely related, you know? Um, I hope that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense. Like, yeah, like lines up with a bunch of distinctions that I've heard. Is also like sort of different from some other friends of mine have described it. So, like when it comes to fantasies, where you have like a lot more freedom, are there any particular? Oh, yeah, you mentioned what? Well, you mentioned vindictive sadism in fantasies, but you also mentioned letting, what was it, grievances, something like that? If you used a word like that. Um,
Like retribution, not retribution, like
mm,
well, just like venting my aggression, trying to get it out.
yeah, like when it comes to fantasies, are there like any kinds of like sadism that you engage in fantasies that are not so reactive, that are more proactive? Or that were like, I don't know, the the sub is like not even identified anyway?
Yeah, think so. I'm learning I really repress these thoughts a lot so I don't act on them.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Um, I can probably think of there's a person in my life, no longer in my life, and due to a service of theirs I still get, they still get I get access to their shared parts of their Google Calendar, and I've kind of wanted to send cryptic letters about when they've done this at this time, because I know it would just um it might even throw them into a paranoid spiral. Um I don't really have anything to get out of that because uh I most likely will never talk to that person again. It's just entertaining that this person could be so sloppy and entertaining that it would probably take so little to unseat all of their mental stability
Mm,
and health. And I've only been able to talk myself out of it, out of like, that's gonna come back to bite me. They're
mm,
gonna figure out who it is. And um and it's two people and they've got plenty of mental issues. And so it would throw that household into complete disarray
mm.
if it had the intended effect. Because they would both have different paranoid reactions to it and not be able to calm the other person down.
Well,
I
you
guess
need
I'm not
power
s-
and
I get
control.
um yeah, I technically have power over them, but I'm not like it's not going to change anything. You know, it would just be entertaining. It would be I would love to be the fly on the wall when that happens and watch them run around like scared monkeys.
Yeah, it's something I sometimes find disappointing that like I could hypothetically do things, but like I wouldn't be able to like see what the outcome is.
Yeah, and I admit I would probably do it whether I would you see I would be hoping that they would figure that out and cut the surface off that we're sharing still so that they know who did it to them. Ugh.
But then it's more likely to fall back on you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a great idea. Pardon me, it's a fun idea, but it's not a good idea. Um, uh, that's a recent one because so to be really vulnerable about this, so I told that story to my housemate, and she told that story to her ex, who's now her ex, and that apparently was not an insignificant part of why her ex broke up with her, because my housemate would be friends with somebody who would want to do that to somebody, like a values judgment. Now, no, we've talked about this, that ex wasn't really great for them, and
Yeah.
this person can be kind of passive and like let things go on, but they're not upset with me over it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's also like this weird transitivity. I think in our groups, a lot of people experience some kind of transitivity of like, um, person X has an attribute that I don't like, and person Y is friends with person X, then I also cannot be friends with person Y. Even
I'm
though I never have to meet person X. And like for me, it's like, what, why? And for a bunch of my friends, it's also like they don't experience that. It's like they have some practical reasons why in this and that situation it's like probably safer, blah, blah, but like they don't have an intuition for that. And huh?
Yeah, so I'll just add to how much I know what you're talking about that the person I'm gonna hang out with this weekend, that spontaneous ridiculous plan of his. I told that as much to my housemate. I'm like, in a way, she's indirectly trying to control who you're friends with.
Hmm.
You know, like I'm smart enough and in control and have enough self-control enough to not do those sorts of things. I normally talk my when I'm feeling like that, sometimes the only thing I can do to talk myself out of it is reputation, but it works. That's a weird feeling. I have a feeling of like someone would expect me to be ashamed of that, and I'm not. That like it's really weird.
What are you talking like? Are you talking about being the person who experiences this
Well,
transitive
no,
contamination, or the one who's like
no
on the
the
side of it?
I'm the kind of person that sometimes I want to do bad things, and the only way I can talk myself out of it is the shallow reason of the relatively shallow reason of reputation. The
Hmm.
badness, the harm to the other person is not at all what talks me out of it.
Hmm. Yeah, that's that's how it
Like,
is.
yeah, no, maybe somebody would be like normally someone would be ashamed of that. And
Hmm.
I get the feeling someone would expect me to be. If you didn't know that that's part of like that can be part of NPD masking too, with having low empathy and not knowing, understanding how you've hurt somebody for sure, right? But that's part of psychopathic masking again of like how I get the sense of this is expected of me, so I better do it
Hmm.
if I want the relationship to continue. And it's a real weird twinge. It's like it's like feeling like the other person might not like me, but I like me and I don't care. It's really weird. It's really one-sided.
But like there are also like values, behavioral codes, whatever you might call it, that would make someone feel like disappointed if they act certain things out that they at some point decided they didn't want to act out.
Yeah, like is what you're getting at that like, you know, I have my values even if I don't. Some of them just don't have emotions backing them up. I don't feel bad if I were to go back on them, but I still don't want to. That's still not the kind of person I want to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's how it works for me most of the time now. Like I used to have all of these like internal threats of like guilt and shame and whatnot that I would experience, and now that I've like let go of those, what remains is like I don't want to do the thing. So it's um I mean, not wanting to do a thing is always like the result of some complicated trade-off. Like, sure, like it would have like this pleasurable effect and would have like this other effect, but like on net, I don't want to do the thing anyway. And well, it works.
I feel bad that I kind of can't talk myself out of wanting to do the things.
Hmm.
And partly again, like I've said before, it makes me afraid of not being able to recover sufficiently.
But like, for how long has this calendar been shared with you now?
This what?
For how long has this calendar been shared with you?
Several months.
Well, so far you haven't done anything, so it could be evidence that you're actually doing a pretty good job at not actually wanting to do the thing on net.
Hmm. On net, yeah. No, but I do genuinely feel bad when I lose that battle to people I care about. So we talked about my recent fight with Riley,
Hmm.
and in my mind, if I just felt bad um about wanting to end a friendship or cut them out like that over that, it would maybe, even if that feeling doesn't overtake me, right? I would, it would be easier to not do that sort of thing.
Hmm.
And sometimes I lose those battles with people who do matter to me.
Hmm.
And I guess I can't help but feel guilty over it a bit. I don't feel a lot of guilt, but it's just I guess I still haven't changed my mind that I want to be better for Riley. They've done so much for me. Back when I started to be able to feel their love for me, the first way it hit me was just like, you'll put up with all this shit of mine for real? You mean it? And then it hitting me that like they were interested in my actual personal growth. That's because they wanted me to be happy, not just because they're tolerant. And I'm like, oh. And I guess I'm proud of myself. That even in breaking up with them, I haven't let that connection shrivel up.
Mm.
Um, I still want to be better for them because I am still close to them.
Mm.
Feel like I owe it to them. I feel like there should be a better way of internalizing it than owing him, like it's an obligation, but
Mm.
I struggle to imagine a different way.
But you also want to be better for yourself, right?
Yeah, but those are like in two different whole worlds in my head. I guess
Mhm.
that's normal.
Mm.
I don't know what's normal there at all.
Yeah, like I've been trying to search for some memories. Like I think there was this one time when I had an interview lined up and I had like my flight home and I needed to do the interview at home, but I was also sick. So on the one hand, I would have liked to isolate in order not to infect people at the airport or on the flight. On the other hand, I wanted to like get home, wanted to not like can't rebook the flight, can't get a refund or anything. Wanted to take the flight and I wanted to be home for the interview the next day. And so I decided to uh, take the flight anyway. And then on the flight, I wore a mask. And yeah, so like there were all these trade-offs, like the risk of infecting someone, um, the interview, the flight, the impossibility to get a refund, and all of that stuff, and all of that like netted out to the decision um, to take the flight, but to wear a mask. And all along, like I didn't feel any kind of like shame or guilt or anything over that. It was just a bunch of factors that I intuitively aggregated and then derived a decision from it.
Makes sense. Hmm. I'm just wistful over, finding that part of myself difficult to change and not really sure about how much I do or don't want it to change, how much maybe it even needs to change. Like even if maybe I would benefit from not rooting the sadism out of myself per se, but making it a much, much gentler fire.
Mm.
Um, if it's managed, my energy is better spent elsewhere. Um, I feel my younger self disappointed in myself that I
Mm.
won't just find a way, whatever sense of impossibility impends upon me, just arrogance my way through it. But
Mm.
maybe I need to tell my younger self that that's not how it always works.
I mean, like sadism also like sort of solves a problem for you. Like it's not so addictive. Like for other friends of mine, like it's fairly purely reactive, and so it seems to serve some kind of purpose. And maybe it just wants that purpose to be served, regardless of whether it's the sadism itself that does it or it's something else. Usually, there are a bunch of different solutions to choose from.
Yeah, you know, I guess that's a good point. It doesn't feel addictive. Um, it just feels great or necessary or even emotionally necessary sometimes.
Yeah.
Um, it's making me feel really weird feelings. Like again, like my younger self being disappointed in me,
Mm,
like I've fallen from grace.
mm,
I shouldn't judge myself so harshly. Again, I should remind myself my younger self had no idea what she was in for because some of my delusional levels of faith or also faith in my parents, faith in institutions, maybe contributed to things because when that crashes out, it crashes out hard, you know?
mm,
When your dad feels like you're Superman and you find out you can't, you might have died if you weren't conniving or as big of an asshole back. It
mm.
hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts worse. Like if it had been more gradual, it would yeah, really shouldn't underestimate how unprepared I was to go through some of those things.
Mm. What is your younger self disappointed about?
That I used to think that people were generally worth it and that the world was overall worth it. Um, and so that positive things I do, you know, they have some sort of value and some sort of likelihood to make somebody's life better. And with that reasoning that's not really compatible with um seeking out ways to do harm to somebody just to giggle, that's not, and those were like important values for me that were beat out of me
Mm,
uh proverbially and when I
mm,
was younger literally. um Again, I need to remind myself I had no idea what I was in for and I couldn't.
mm.
All right, I think I'm good. um Thanks for that. It's, we've talked, that's one of the challenging things I'm working through.
Mm. Yeah, like maybe the adaptations that you found were close to the optimal ones that you could have found given like the knowledge and abilities that you had at the time.
Yeah.
And you had to adapt or survive, and that that was the way that you found.
Survival can be cruel, yeah. So,
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry.
Hmm.
We've been on a long time.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it. There's a lot we haven't gone over yet, but we've gone over a lot we didn't plan to, so um
I'll take off the questions we've already answered for the next time.
hey. It was really it's been really pleasant.
No.
Get get some of that stuff off of my back. It weighs on me. The uh there were my recovery weighs on me
Hmm.
in a way I find hard to describe, but it does.
Yeah.
So it's important.
Hmm.
Thank you,
No.
Don.
It was lovely learning a lot more about you. I didn't know I would learn so much more.
I know I already talk a lot, right?
Yeah, we've
Uh,
already messaged a lot, but there was still so much nuance in there, and I thought you had like 4 to 5 alters. You used to have 4 to 5 alters. No, apparently seven. Hmm.
at the yeah, way
Yeah.
back when, yeah. Now it's like technically two. They're both
Yeah, I know,
they're
but like
they're
it's
both
also hard
Tiffany
to
now that but
count.
they're
Yeah.
both Tiffany now, so
Yeah. Can you switch between them on on command?
no, I'm pretty integrated. There's just like
Uh-huh.
it's just they're just pretty distinct and there's normally not as much amnesia. It's definitely like
Mm,
the base personality split slowly healing, you
mm,
know? And if that makes sense. Because I've shown you, right, the spectrum that most cluster B personalities
yeah.
are the same kind of dissociation as like um mild DID, but through a certain in a certain
Mm,
structure. And but there can be like
mm,
it could be very hard for me to see somebody as capable of respecting me when I seem like a child. It could be hard, my
mm,
perspective is twisted a bit, but there's not as much like amnesia. So
mm,
it's just that identity fragmentation slowly healing and it's
yeah.
still having some extremes that are enough that I can just tell, you know.
Mm. Yeah, you usually call them like self states or mood states when they are not full alters or full parts. Mm,
These can, like I said, I can almost age regress. So they're
mm,
definitely like when I'm not in doing better and I'm oscillating, I will be oscillating back and forth between like, oh well, I'll just make myself do it and uh and self-pity of like, oh my God, how
mm,
could I do this with all this happening? And that's not entirely like my I guess I'm splitting when that happens. Um
mm,
and like I said, sometimes there's smaller parts of it, like smaller
mm,
contained chunks that aren't integrated in fully yet.
mm,
So, but they don't have their own separate identities. They're different. Um,
mm,
dissociation's is a sliding scale, is a spectrum. It's a really interesting
mm,
um part of psychology.
Yeah. And like it sounds like you have most of the time control over it. Maybe sometimes not so much when you're like oscillating and whatnot, but
Yeah, the self-pity's really hard to get out of, I'll admit,
uh,
because like the cynicism wraps back on itself, if that
hmm.
makes sense.
So are you
You know,
careful? You
am
careful
I
to get out quickly?
I am now that I've noticed it. I didn't
Oh,
realize I was just sitting there wallowing in despair.
yeah.
Like I did, but I didn't it just felt like it was happening to me, not like something I
Mm.
could
Yeah,
control.
exactly.
And it felt like my everything. It felt like that's all there is. That's very indicative of splitting.
Hmm.
Um, so
Yeah. I think two friends of mine have told me now that they can just sort of pick whatever state they want to be in at a given time. Like maybe for sharing purposes, the state is best. For getting stuff done, the other state is best. And then they switch
oh,
between them, like April, for example.
I have sort of modes. Like I have get through it at quote unquote all costs any means mode, but um I don't know if that I guess that's a different self state, but it
Hmm.
feels more integrated than the other stuff.
Hmm.
So like regardless of what I call it, what I name it, um it just feels like one of the ways I can be.
Hmm. Yeah, cool. Let's get some food.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you so much.
absolutely, Don.
Have a
You're
big
precious.
happy hug.
Do you know you're precious? Like, your curiosity is just endearing.
No. I'll be curious about a lot more things in the next part.
Yeah, I'm sure I've given you a lot to ask. Um, I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot, and I've done a lot about being through a lot.
Yes. And you can reflect on it extremely well. And you have the
Yeah,
eloquence to also get it across.
that was also hard to learn.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, same here.
all right, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Pretty hungry.
Bon appetit.
Bye.